We are on now.
Good morning. This is the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, and it's Friday, March 11th. Today we have 5 bills. It's a work session, and I'll explain that in a moment. I should introduce myself. My name is Susan DeChambeau. I'm the Senate co-chair of this committee. I represent District 32, which is my hometown of Biddeford, with the surrounding towns of Dayton, Lyman, Elford, Arundel, and Kennebunk-Port. I will also have members introduce themselves, starting with Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of West Gardner and Manchester in the House.
Thank you. And I don't see Senator Seaway. I will go to Representative Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales. I represent House District 33 in the West End, South Portland.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Thank you. Representative Reckett. Oh, muted.
Anything coherently on 2 committees at once. But anyway, my name is Lois Reckett, and I represent District 31, which is the eastern end of South Portland.
Good. And Representative Costain.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Dan Costain, District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Thank you. Representative Radnicki.
Good morning. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield.
Thank you. And Representative Newman.
Good morning. I'm Representative Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Fayette, and Wayne.
Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Gracie Lookner. I represent District 37 and this is part of Portland.
Thank you. Oops, I guess, wait a minute, I have to put this on, I guess. Representative Pickett.
Good morning, Senator. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, the towns of Mexico, Dixfield, Peru, Canton, and Hartford.
Okay. One moment, please. Sorry about that. There's more than one of us or one extra one here, so I have to wear this. I would also introduce the staff, starting with our committee clerk, Deb Fahey. Deb is right there, and as we speak about different bills, she will have the legislative document number right there on her little screen. And also we have 2 policy analysts today, Jane Overton and Dan Tadikoff will be joining us for, I think, one of the bills. As I said, this is a work session. Work sessions mean that we have already had a public hearing, and I'm trying to find my paperwork. And where the public did speak on these bills. Right now, we're going to be, the work session is, we will be discussing it and hopefully come out with a vote on these bills. And the public, unless is not allowed to speak and raise their hand unless and until one of the legislators recognizes someone that wishes to add or they have may have worked with on these bills, and they can add some information. So that's how we'll be doing that. Okay. And I'll begin by telling you what there's been an adjustment to the schedule, not much, but one. We will begin with 1654, which is the act to stabilize state funding for county corrections, followed by 756, an act regarding criminal services for juveniles. And then 1988 and 99 are both Representative Talbot Ross's bills. 88 is to establish a provision for emergency medical services, establishing a blue ribbon commission. 1999 is an act to require civil rights officers at law enforcement agencies, and will end with 1446, and that's an act to aid municipalities in the issuance of concealed handgun permits. So we've got a full day. So the first one, as I said, is 1654. What we normally do is refer to our policy analyst who can summarize somewhat. Good luck on this one. So, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we gave folks a little bit of an update on whatever day it was that we last met, I believe yesterday, that we have been having conversations. Representative Pickett has been part of those. Senator DeChambeau has been part of those. We believe we're close to some agreement around this bill. And so I would like it if somebody would make a tabling motion. And we could table this bill until Wednesday when we meet again, and hopefully we'll have it all resolved.
Is there a
I'll move to table.
Senator? I've got Senator Serway has his hand up. Follow the rules. Senator
Thank you,
Serway.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to table this motion on LD 1654.
Okay.
I'll
it's been
second it.
moved and seconded by Representative Newman. Okay. So it's been moved, tabling. We've got Serway tabling and Newman seconded. Okay. No discussion on a table. We will get a roll call vote on that one. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales votes yes. Representative Reckett. I think she's in judiciary. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner votes yes. Representative Pickett.
Oh, he just stepped out.
I'll circle back. Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Costain votes yes. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki votes yes. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Newman votes yes. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker votes yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Serway.
Yes.
Senator Serway votes yes. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau votes yes. That's unanimous with 10 yes votes.
Thank you. Thank you. May I ask Representative Warren, will you be notifying Representative Talbot Ross that she's going to follow Representative Morales?
Yes, I spoke with her this morning and let her know that I thought maybe we'd be to her around 11:30, but I
Okay.
will also message her as well.
Thank you. All right, so we have before us 750.
Madam Chair, it looks like Representative Pluker
Yeah,
has a question.
I see it.
Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Just a quick, it was mentioned, are we next meeting Wednesday? Are we not meeting Monday?
Yes, we're next meeting
Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask if I wouldn't be too much of a problem, having just dashed from the other room into this room, what the vote was on 1654
Just a table.
to table?
Table,
Okay,
unanimous.
all right.
All
Thank
right,
you, Lois. Thank you.
so 756 is Representative Morales's bill, and I guess this time I will defer to our policy analysts.
So I sent you all out an
Oh.
analysis. This one's
Oh,
me.
I'm sorry, I should have a clipboard with what you have. Sorry, Dan, go right ahead.
Oh, no, that's fine. I will quickly share the analysis as I understand the sponsor has a proposal to make some changes to the bill. I'm sorry, to the amendment. So the original bill was a concept draft. And at the hearing, the sponsor introduced an amendment that would replace the bill and did a number of things that we all have covered before. There were specific concerns raised by the Prosecutors Association with Section 1 of the amendment, and by the Prosecutors Association, again, joined by Department of Corrections and the Sheriff's Association with Section 2. The Department of Corrections testified that Section 3 is duplicative of services it already provides through its current staff, and that the contracting directed under Section 4 is duplicative of similar contracting that multiple state agencies, including DOC, already provide. I'll skip over Section 5, where I had a note about OPEGA's role generally in the process that they're involved in. Section 6 was a number of appropriations descriptions, and I have some additional notes here. The appropriation described as appropriation number 1 would provide $7 million to DHHS, DOE, and DOL to fund a number of services. If a version of this amendment is approved that includes this appropriation, it will be necessary to determine whether that $7 million will be split in some way between those 3 agencies, or whether it will be provided to one agency in full to be expended for these purposes with input from the other agencies, or some other similar clarification. The Office of Child and Family Services expressed concerns regarding the lack of clarity in how these funds would be divided among these agencies and used, what conditions, if any, would be placed on the services to be funded with this appropriation, and how the funding would be dovetailed with existing services and resources provided by Maine Care and that office. The Office of Child and Family Services also expressed concerns with the appropriation described as appropriation number 2, which would provide $4 million to DHHS to expand housing for children, juveniles, and their caregivers in a number of areas. Specifically, the Office of Child and Family Services noted that DHHS does not have expertise in housing and works closely with Maine Housing, formerly known as the Maine State Housing Authority, on housing-related initiatives. The office also does not support host homes, which were described in the appropriation due to the lack of structure around that model. And so I've noted here, if a version of this amendment is approved that includes these described appropriations, there may end up being a need to include additional allocated or unallocated language to effectuate the appropriations. With direction from the committee, that language can be added as necessary after a vote and brought back for language review. I've also noted here that Representative Warren had requested at the hearing that the Office of Child and Family Services provide input on the proposal for and attend the work session. And I have noted that and sent you a link to testimony from that office that was dated March 8th, and which I also just described in part. And I understand they're also here to answer any questions. So I'll answer any questions about what I reviewed or anything else in the amendment, but as I noted, I do understand the sponsor has a proposal to change the proposed amendment.
Mr. Tadikoff, I didn't hear how, Section 3, all I heard was it's duplicative. Who made that statement on Section 3?
That was from the Department of Corrections. In their written testimony, they stated that they already provide some form of needs assessment using their current staff. I'm sure they could speak more to that.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so no other questions of Mr. Tadikoff, we'll go to the sponsor, Victoria Morales. Did we lose her? Oh, no, there you are, popped up. Okay, go right
Thank you,
ahead.
Senator. Thank you, Senator. So today, what I want to present to you all, and this is after meeting with the Sheriff's Association and meeting with the Department of Corrections on their concerns, I want to present to you a version of the bill that is significantly less words and pages than what you have in front of you. And what this bill would do is take away sections 1 and 2, which is what the Maine Prosecutors Association, the Department of Corrections, and sheriffs had problems with. It would take away sections 4 and 5 and leave us with a portion of section 3, which is in relation to the needs assessment. And it would leave section 6, which is related to the appropriations. And I want to specifically go through section 3 around just the minor changes there in section 3. There was some concern about a 6-month period and a 24-hour period to begin needs assessments. And so we wanted to just remove those time periods and indicate that it be conducted a needs assessment in a timely fashion to allow the department to get that work done. And under section 3, there's a paragraph 3, and that would require a report back and reporting. That those 2 paragraphs under paragraph 3 are removed under this amendment. Regarding the needs assessment, last session, as you all know, through the enactment of the governor of section KKKK of the governor's budget and the release of the Department of Division of Juvenile Services Action Plan, the Department of Correction made it a priority to further reduce institutional secure confinement. Conducting an individualized needs is necessary to inform that planning process. And that is why this portion of the bill is remaining in this amendment. For folks who have more questions about the needs assessment, I'd like to ask Attorney Atlee Riley from Disability Rights Maine, when we're ready to have those questions, to join us to talk about the importance of that particular needs assessment.
Okay, I have a question, a hand up with Representative Costain first, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Morales, do we have a clean copy of that bill that was sent out today?
No, you do not. I sent it out to Mr. Tardikoff just minutes ago. So it's in rough form, but it can be shared.
Could you send that? Could you send that out to us so we can at least have something that's as most updated as possible to look at?
Yeah,
That was also my question. I can send it out right now if you want.
Thank you, sir.
If you could circulate that, but I agree with Representative Costain. Boy, I'd like to look at it. Could you do a screen share for us? Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
We can bring Mr. Riley in at the request of the sponsor.
Madam Chair, could we, just so that we make sure everybody gets their needs met, could we give folks a second to very clearly see the amendment?
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Thank you.
My apologies with this amendment, everyone, is that I just deleted paragraph 3 in section 3. So you're not going to be able to see what I deleted there, but that was in regards to the report back of the needs assessment in the de-identified manner. That is all gone.
So basically what I'm hearing you say is You've heard back from folks and you have responded to them by eliminating these following pieces that they didn't agree with. Section 1 is gone. Section 2 is gone. Section 4 is gone. Section 5 is gone. You've made changes to Section 3 and Section 6 remains.
That's right.
So maybe we should just be looking at the changes to Section 3, and if you could let folks know very clearly what the changes are to Section 3.
Yes. Okay. The changes to Section 3, as you can see currently on the screen in red, which means that that language is removed. It states over a period of 6 months that an individualized needs assessment would be conducted. We removed that time period. Again, allowing the department to determine and to, in a timely fashion, conduct needs assessments as they see fit. And as you can see in Section 1 below, again, we had a requirement to have the needs assessment conducted within 24 hours. That was also a concern of the department. So we included the assessment process must be timely initiated by the service provider upon a juvenile's detention. Again, to allow that flexibility within the department to get this done. The other piece is the removal of the reporting of all of the de-identified information that would come back from the needs assessment to inform this committee of the work being done. We removed that piece of that. That was a paragraph 3.
Okay, that's 3. Yeah. Okay.
I can explain Section 6 as well, and then we can call in Attorney Riley and anyone else that anyone would like to speak to, if that makes sense, or we can have Attorney Riley join us now to talk about the needs assessment.
Also, I think since it was mentioned, I will be calling in if she's here, Christine Tebow. If she spoke for the department and said it's duplicative, I think we should hear what that's all about. That really Section 3 talks about a service provider. She may speak on that. But the assessment, it would be interesting to hear from both of them. So
yes.
So
why don't I explain Section 6, if that would make sense for everyone, and then we bring folks in.
Okay. Yeah.
So what we heard Mr. Tartikoff say was that OCFS had questioned sort of the clarity, how funds would be divided and used, and needing a little bit more direction around that. And so that's what is written in red and underlined is intending to do. So in appropriation 1, it was a general $7 million appropriations to DHHS, DOE, and DOL. This section takes out DOL as a direct recipient of the appropriation, but rather has DOE working with the DOL. But I'll read the first part first, and it's $3 million to OCFS for services for victims of gender-based violence and trafficking. And again, it's not prescriptive because these are the folks who work with young people in the community and their families. And so we want to make sure that they are able to implement and administer the programs based on this general policy guideline. The second one is restorative justice services among children's behavioral health and runaway youth service programs. The fourth is substance use disorder and medically managed treatment. And the fourth is peer-based support services for youth involved in the juvenile legal system. Then within those $7 million is $4 million to the Department of Education for number 1, school-based restorative justice programs, mentoring for youth involved in the juvenile legal system, funds to partner with the Department of Labor on workforce development, educational and vocational programs for youth involved in the juvenile legal system. And then if you can scroll down a little bit more, Mr. Tartikoff, yes. Here we have that appropriation 2, which we heard from OCFS that they don't necessarily do housing alone. And because housing was such a great need that we know that these young people experience, what we included here is 4 million to Maine Housing and OCFS. And it could be OCFS to work with Maine Housing for transitional housing, host home programs. We can also take that out, given that that is not something that OCFS can do. Emergency crisis housing, supportive services. And then appropriation 3 is a one-time general fund appropriation of $1 million that would be developed under the Governor's Office of Policy and Innovation in the future, where the Children's Cabinet sits, to be administered by an independent nonprofit community-based organization to distribute funds to very local, very smaller organizations that are working with young people that often don't have the capacity to do a larger RFP. Typically that goes to these departments, and that appropriation is not changed in this amendment.
Very good. Glad we have that. So we've got Mr. Riley, and I've asked, okay, there's Ms. Tebow, good. I know that.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Could we, I wanted to just check in with Representative Costain and others. Can we just make sure, is everybody on the same page as far as understanding what the amendment does before we move on to specific questions? Just so we don't get down the road. You got it, Representative Costain. Okay, thank you very much. Representative Pickett and Representative Newman, you're all set with what the amendment does?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Representative Wernicke or anyone else, thank you. Okay, so my suggestion, I don't want to go back and forth if I can help it, but it begins with the juvenile individualized needs assessment. So before we get them out the door, we should find out from DOC why they felt this was duplicative. So that's my question to Ms. Tebow, who represents DOC with juveniles work.
Good morning,
Ms.
Senator DeChambeau. Yes, the department appreciates the amendments to the bill. However, we are still opposed to Section 3. We did meet with Representative Morales, and we offered some language that we would be in support of, but apparently that is not on the table this morning. So I do, if I may, in addition to the duplicative nature of this mandate, we have other concerns as well. The department does do a needs assessment for every youth who is committed. We don't do it for youth who are detained. That is true. Not all youth remain in detention very long, but we do the Ohio Youth Assessment, which is a needs assessment for every youth who is committed. But before I leave the screen, I would like to point out the other issues that we have with this bill. This bill, and I believe even with the amendments, it would mandate that the Department of Corrections contract with an independent agency to perform a needs assessment on every youth who is detained and committed. And that information is gathered not for assisting the court in making detention or commitment decisions, but it's gathered to assist policymakers to make sound policy. In essence, this would be a research project using juvenile subjects without any IRB process, without any ability to refuse to participate in the research project, without the benefit of having counsel. And frankly, if this bill makes it out of committee, we will immediately be contacting the Attorney General's office to explore whether it's even an illegal mandate. So we have major concerns with this proposal. And again, I'm saddened that the alternative wasn't acceptable to the sponsor, but we continue to be willing to work with her.
Ms. Tebow, that begs the question. Could you share with us what that amendment or that different language?
Yes, I will summarize it here, and then when I go off screen, I will send it to your legal analyst. I don't know if that's appropriate for me to do, but at your request, I can do that, Senator.
Okay. Yes.
But in essence, the department's position is assessments on youth should be done with consent, certainly, with the opportunity for an attorney to step in and assess whether it's in that client's best interest or not to undergo the assessment. And the assessments should be used to benefit the individual juvenile. It makes sense to us that a judge would want to have an assessment in deciding whether a juvenile should remain in detention or not. That makes sense. It makes sense for a judge to have an assessment to determine whether a juvenile needs to be committed to Long Creek or not. What is not clear is whether it's appropriate or even legal to mandate those assessments. The proposal that the department offered is language that would allow the court, and this would be added in the juvenile code, would allow the court to order an assessment prior to detention or commitment, and to use that information for the benefit of the juvenile. And again, I'm happy to send that to the analyst. But it would put, instead of making the Department of Corrections conduct a research project on juveniles, it would be using those assessments in the court for the purpose of the court making the best decision for that individual juvenile.
I have one question as a follow-up for a clarification. So prior to commitment, these are detained youth. So sometimes, but the way this bill is drafted, the assessment would not occur until after the youth is committed. Okay.
So obviously it wouldn't be used as part of the court process. It would be after the youth is committed.
Okay, I'm set. And I will recognize Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to hear from Attorney Riley, his thoughts. I know he's been part of this conversation. Thank you.
Yes, yep. Go right ahead, Mr. Riley.
Okay, I'll speak briefly, and then I would love to respond more to targeted questions, but maybe it's helpful to just say a couple of things about how I think about this playing into broader system reform efforts. I think the Department of Corrections, and has been recognized in this committee, has done a lot of work to reduce the population of kids that are committed and detained at Long Creek. And that is something that we should all be proud of. And there are structures in place that hopefully will allow us to continue to divert youth from secure confinement. However, once you get down to a smaller number of youth, I think you start to get into some trickier problems with regard to service delivery. And so if we're going to take the next step and we're going to put resources, whether it's through this bill or another bill, it seems to me just obvious that we should have a really clear idea of the individual needs of the individual youth who, again, have been failed by multiple systems often before they get there. And I think in some ways, it's a system forcing measure. It is here a little bit. And it's not a system forcing measure for DOC. It's a system forcing measure to force other systems to come to the table with DOC. When I hear things, and I've heard them from Associate Commissioner Tebow and her predecessor, when I hear things like 7 out of 12 of the kids detained right now don't need to be there, let's be clear who we're talking about. We're talking about kids with disabilities who need treatment, not incarceration. And the department has not historically had adequate partnership from other entities responsible for their care. And I view these assessments as a way to ensure that those individuals and entities partner around the needs of individuals, right? We're now down to a fairly low number of individuals. And so we have it within our reach to really find out what do those individual youth and families need to avoid, if at all possible, institutional care. Then at the end of that, you can have a conversation about how many secure beds do we actually need. But I listened to testimony before this committee yesterday talking about we're going to spend millions of dollars on additional facilities. It seems like a process like this to force real, meaningful, individualized planning should happen before we start to outlay millions of dollars on more brick and mortar solutions to this problem. And just one more thing that I'll say is, the concern that it's not for judges to make dispositional decisions and things. I think, that's almost the point. It's really to get one thing that's happened in Maine, and, this is just my opinion, and I could be wrong, is that because the system of care isn't there in many ways for many youth, we often, we think we're assessing their needs, but we're really kind of thinking about what we have available and which box we can put youth in. And what I understand this proposal to be is to think more expansively and to make recommendations for services, whether or not they exist, and to do the hard work, because we're now at the hard part, because we've reduced the numbers to a certain point, to do the hard work of actually building those solutions if they don't exist. A lot of the recommendations that we see, for individual youth are very much, like, well, we wish they had this, but it's not available, or, this is the best fit, so we'll refer them to this, that, the other. My sense of this with this multidisciplinary approach, and I recommend, that maybe you ask Jill Ward to speak more about what they do in other jurisdictions. I'm kind of agnostic about how this happens, but I think it needs to be a robust process that's really solution driven for individual youth. And my understanding of those other concerns about research projects and things like that is Representative Morales took that reporting function out of the bill, although I think it would have been certainly valuable to try and learn in the aggregate from individual assessments. But my understanding is that that's not in the bill now. So sorry, I said I'd be brief and I wasn't.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Riley. That was helpful. And you referenced this, but I just wanted to get a sense. I don't usually hear people refer to the Institutional Review Board and calling the Attorney General's office. So that was a little surprising to me, that this is somehow a data trial. Could you talk about that? Is somebody suggesting a clinical review here, first of all? And secondly, could you speak to the duplicativeness issue? Because I'm just not seeing it.
I'm not sure I can speak to either of those things. Again, I think the language that was potentially problematic or that was, identified as being potentially problematic is not in the bill anymore. And with regard to the duplicative nature of it, I think, like I said, we do at various places along our system assess youth needs, but not in the type of robust way that's put forth in this proposal. That I think when we get youth that have gotten to the deep end of our system, is the type of process that is likely necessary to develop a plan to get them to less restrictive, less expensive, and more effective settings, because it's not going to be easy, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. And I don't think we can do it within our existing tools from what I've seen, but others may have other views, and Jill Ward may have something to say on that point as well.
Thank you. That's very helpful. What I heard you say was that the concerns that Associate Commissioner Thibault had about this section have been removed in this section now. And also that these assessments are really about what do these youth need, so that we're not spending taxpayer dollars on things that we don't need, but we're spending them on things that we know that the youth do need. Would that be, am I saying that right as a way to understand it?
For the first part, I can't pretend to speak for Associate Commissioner Thibault. For the second part, yes, I think it on some level, the mechanics may be difficult and to be worked out, and the bill has gotten less prescriptive, I think, in a good way, so that type of stuff can be worked out. But yes, it's like, let's find out what youth need before, so that we can meet those needs.
Awesome.
And it's a small number of youth.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, may I ask the sponsor a question about section 3?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get to the issue here, Representative Morales. It sounds like the part about the tracking the data that Associate Commissioner Tebow is concerned about, that's been removed or hasn't been removed?
Yes, that has been removed. And I removed that after speaking with Associate Commissioner Tebow. So all that's included is an independent needs assessment. That's in paragraphs 1 and 2.
Okay, so maybe she didn't see that, but it sounds like you've removed the portions that she was struggling with. So thank you for that.
I would also, if I could, Madam Chair, invite Jill Ward to join us to speak about how other jurisdictions do this, and to speak about the needs assessment and the duplicativeness that has been raised already.
Yes, I was going to ask you the question, but if Jill, the question about the service provider contract, and I assume that that's what's duplicated and being alleged to have been duplicated. And so with Representative Morales's suggestion, good morning, Jill Ward. I was going to say just Jill, but Ms. Ward, go right ahead.
Perfectly
Can you
fine.
address? Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you for inviting me to participate this morning. I've been listening to the conversation, and I just would like to offer a couple of points of context. I do think there might be a fundamental misunderstanding of the purpose of the system assessment. This is a very common practice for systems that are either reducing the use of secure confinement or closing facilities or both. And the Council on Correctional Juvenile Court Administrators has a toolkit that advises administrators on how to do this responsibly. And this type of assessment, a multi-team, multidisciplinary assessment of the needs of the young people, is very much a best practice and par for the course. And so I think I would just sort of allude to New Hampshire, that's going through this process, as a representative example. They are using a tool, and it's a voluntary tool. So to speak to that also, what I think we want the committee to be thinking about is we are in a context of reform. We have done a system assessment. We have a department that's committing to reducing the use of secure confinement. And part of the process to do that responsibly, so that you don't, as Atlee Riley said earlier, Attorney Riley said, so that you do that responsibly with public dollars, you should have a plan, and you should understand what the needs of the young people are in a comprehensive manner. And one of the reasons this is also being recommended, I think, and why I'm supportive of this particular provision, is that you introduce equity into a policy-making process for the Department of Corrections. So every kid is offered a comprehensive multi-team system assessment that helps them, but also helps inform the department and how it behaves as far as how it spends its juvenile services budget, how it has conversations with its partner agencies to meet these young people's needs. That level of comprehensive assessing is not happening at the moment. And the models that are being used, like the one in New Hampshire, is very family-centered. So the family is very much at the center. The young person is. There's the multi-team wraparound component to it. So I think it's just important to be clear that this point in time is a moment Maine should try to adopt this best practice, because we have such a small population, because we have a department committed to reducing the use of secure care. And as the legislative body, you all have a responsibility to make sure that's done in a way that is cost effective and has really good outcomes for young people, which these systems and processes have been shown to do. And I'm happy to share this toolkit with the committee as a resource. I am also happy to connect you with the Office of the Child Advocate in New Hampshire, that is a part at the center of the process of what's happening there and the tools they are using. But I just wanted to sort of give a this feels like it's very confrontational, and this is actually a tool DOC could be incorporating, and I think is a necessary and responsible step to achieve what you all heard Representative Brennan says the point of all of this is, which is to remove all young people from Long Creek and move into a more fluid, more responsive, multi-systemic continuum for young people. That was sort of a speech, but there you have it.
I followed it quite well.
Well, thank you, Senator. Appreciate
well,
that.
You had it makes sense, everything you said, and especially if you're thinking of closing a facility, this is the best way to do it, is basically what I got from there.
Or downsizing. This is definitely a process used when
That would have been
when
a
a
good
facility
one
is
too.
downsized. So it's not like it's just, I feel like that language makes people crazy, and we don't think about how do we understand how we're best meeting kids' needs. And some of these tools also talk about how meeting needs mitigates risk. So we also end up getting at the public safety thing in the most research-based, responsible, collaborative manner. And so I think that's another component of these assessments that's depending on who the contractor is the DOC works with for this kind of exercise, you really could get a really comprehensive model practice. And then it could be something the DOC just chooses to adopt. They have the power to set up, the structures they set up as far as how they deal with the kids in their care. So I think it's just, again, it's a point in time. We're in the middle of a reform with a commitment, with a small number of young people, with a directive to try to move into smaller, more secure responses, because that's the way the country is moving, quite frankly, and it is research-based, and it is better for recidivism and public safety. So I think it's a moment we could do some things here together, and this assessment would be a really important tool in being able to do that well.
Thank you. I've got Representative Pickett, followed by, Christine Tebow.
Did you call on me? Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would like to ask Christine a question, if I may.
I'm sorry, there's feedback here. Representative, I missed that. Wait a minute, we've got to do something here.
I'd like to ask Christine Tebow a question, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's me.
The question I have for you is, we've heard what your concerns were. We've heard those concerns addressed by the last two speakers in detail. And I guess after listening to all of that, I have two questions for you. First question is, has your concern as far as assessments been taken care of? And secondly is, do we have a plan to reduce and move our juveniles out into non-secure community developments and stuff as quick as possible? And is that plan the one we're working on, and DOC has been working on now for better than a year, and looking at these different things? And why is the plan that is going on, why is it so different in what we're trying to do here when it's already in motion?
To answer your first question, thank you, Representative Pickett. To answer your first question, the answer is no. Removing Section 3 of the bill doesn't change the nature of the mandate. It's still a mandated research project. And I think with respect to my colleagues, Mr. Riley and Ms. Ward, I agree with them. This is a policy decision. And the department's concern is that the Department of Corrections would be mandated to perform a research project on the mandatory nature hasn't been removed. So we would be required to perform a research project for, albeit very good policy, to look at what youth need. But we would be doing that in a manner that is unethical at best and illegal at worst if we are forced, if each youth is forced to undergo an assessment on an involuntary basis. So that is one of our concerns, right? We don't believe that the department should be required to perform a research project on youth without their consent. Secondly, yes, we do have risk assessments and needs assessments as part of our normal process in the juvenile justice system. Of course, those are considered when we're developing treatment plans for youth. And I agree with Ms. Ward that the purpose and the function of a good needs assessment is to reduce risk. They do work hand in hand, and I agree with that. And I agree that policymakers should have information about what youth in their community need. Where we part company, I think, is whether the Department of Corrections as a government agency should be mandated to perform this evaluation in a manner that it doesn't believe is appropriate. So, and for your second question, Representative Pickett, yes, the department is continuing to build out the continuum of care. We're trying to establish facilities. The committee heard about that yesterday. We keep in good faith, in very good faith, trying to work with community providers and other agencies to build out that continuum of care. And that's going to continue. And so if, well, I'll just say that it's going to continue. We're going to continue to move in that direction. And we will use all of the information that's available to us. But what we won't do is be performing a research that we don't believe is ethical or appropriate without consulting with the Attorney General's office.
Thank you.
I've got to figure out this feedback. So far, I'm okay there. All right. Senator Seaway, and then Representative Warren, followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just got a question, Christine, people as well. It just seems to me that this is like trying to spend $12 million of the state's money, telling state agencies they're going to get millions even through this process, which is possibly illegal. Why would we spend that money for this if that's the case? I just don't see the reason behind this, if it's duplicated.
Senator Seaway, I'm going to only partially respond to your comment, and that is that the Department of Corrections was not appropriated any of that $7 million for this project. That was not part of the appropriation, just to be clear. They're different things.
Okay, so that would be extra money, correct? That we'd have to plan for. Yeah, thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask a question of Ms. Ward. I do know that Ms. Ward does this work across the country with lots of different states, and we worked with her. She was one of the, I guess you call it, tri-chairs of the Juvenile Justice Task Force with the commissioner and with Representative Brennan. And, you know, as a social worker, I really believe in the power of assessments. And I know that Senator DeChambeau and I, in our experience, you know, we were trained that before you do any sort of work, you assess sort of where the needs are of folks. And so what I'm hearing though, and sometimes I take notes as I'm listening, and I heard, and I'll quote, assessments of youth are, quote, unethical at best, illegal at worst, unquote. It's surprising language to me. I don't understand it. So could you help describe what am I not understanding that assessments are seen as illegal and unethical?
Yeah, I am also somewhat perplexed by that characterization. I think I would say that the way that I read the bill, the mandate is not to conduct radical, involuntary analysis of children for research purposes. The mandate is for DOC to engage in a process that is a best practice in many other states to conduct assessments of the type that they, yes, maybe conduct, but with multiple purposes, an individualized plan for the young person to place them somewhere besides Long Creek, consistent with the goal of reducing the use of secure confinement, and quite frankly, to participate in these TA groups that DOC has set up. We need data. It's hard for me to give good policy advice and feedback on what those things look like, those secure therapeutic alternatives, if I don't understand what kind of needs a child has. And they have diagnostic needs. You well know this. They have clinical needs. They also have the sort of social determinants of child health, like well-being needs that are not clinically diagnosable, but are about stable and secure housing, being able to be fed, which is why these assessments have become a model practice when you're doing this kind of transition work, because you get a comprehensive understanding of what that young person and their family needs, which is the purpose of the juvenile code. I mean, in the end, we want kids to be healthy and successful and back on track, right? So I don't know why this assessment is being characterized as sort of illegal and radical when assessments are done by systems in child welfare, in children's behavioral health, in juvenile justice, and the tools that are used for this, engaging in this process, are best practices and not unlike what our child welfare system currently uses. One of the tools that is used for these assessments, our current child welfare system uses itself. So what's being proposed here is not out of line, I guess, is what I'm trying to be really, really clear about. And it is, and these tools, when you contract with someone to do the assessing, it is voluntary. You want the family and the young person to participate in their own individualized plan for well-being. So it's a mischaracterization, I think, of what this does look like in practice, and certainly what DOC could do with this direction from the legislature if they so chose. They could do it tomorrow without this legislation if they wanted to.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Just share away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, Ms. Ward. I've sat in many juvenile cases in courts, and I was a bailiff, and they mentioned the assessments that they talked to the courts about were very much what you described, and so it was being done. And so why are we matching? I mean, having another cost when it's already being done? That's the question, I guess.
So it isn't, as Associate Commissioner Tebow said, routinely done for detained young people. And I'm again suggesting that part of the reason this is a point in time recommendation is because of where we are in the arc of the reform conversation. We have a commitment by an agency to reduce secure confinement. We have a task force that recommended ultimately the removal of all young people. We have Representative Brennan's bill that came out of that work that said, let's shift our model from a large, secure prison to smaller, more therapeutic options, and also invest in a continuum of services to meet kids' needs, which is what I think in spirit this bill is embracing. And in order to do that in a cost-effective manner, there should be equity. Every kid should have the opportunity to be assessed with their family and come up with an individualized plan right now. So that, because right now is when you all are looking at the department wanting to spend money on this alternative. And so that should be informed by the best information and with the engagement of the young people and family to the degree possible. And what this does is say, we want you, DOC, to do that right now. Spend some money and time doing that right now, so that everything that follows is informed. And I would suggest from a policy standpoint and a practice standpoint that that juvenile services agencies embed this going forward. So, I mean, I'm saying it's an improvement to a practice as well as important from a resource perspective, given where we are in the reform conversation. That would be the way I would respond to that question, if that's at all helpful.
Oh, Madam Chair, you're on mute.
It's been a while since I've had people in here, so I've got to figure this out here. Representative Newman, followed by Ms. Tebow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to find out if Ms. Tebow can explain why she was talking about the unethical and possibly illegal part of that, since we've heard the opposite, and I'd like to have it explained to me.
Yes, so the illegal part or unethical part comes in when you talk about mandating a human subject to undergo an assessment, and you're gathering data about that individual and perhaps confidential information. One of the unfortunate pieces of the bill is it doesn't really help us to understand what that assessment is. They don't name a tool. For example, the Department of Corrections does the Ohio Youth Assessment. It's a tool. Everybody knows what we're talking about, right? But it's a principle of research that we do not require human beings to participate in gathering data about them to be shared for some purpose without their consent. And that goes to Ms. Ward's point. She made that earlier, that the assessments that other states do are voluntary. So the unethical / illegal part, it comes in when you talk about non-voluntary participation in an effort to gather data about humans. I want to remind this committee, the Department of Corrections does do needs assessments on every youth that is committed. And we have been transparent with other agencies. CCLP has come in 3 times and done a review of our materials. There may be another process to get to what everybody agrees would be good, is a thorough understanding of what youth need. But mandating the department to start new and go forward with a new research project when we already do assessments, and maybe we disagree. I think that may be the problem here, is we disagree about the usefulness or the validity of the needs assessment that the department does. The department is not trying to, we're not opposed to assessments. That's not the issue here. The issue is really, what's the process look like to inform the policy? And I want to be clear on that. We're not opposed to assessments when they're voluntary, when they're done with informed consent, and parents and guardians and attorneys have an opportunity to weigh in.
Thank you.
Ms. Tebow, you had your hand up also. Did you state what you needed to state? Oops,
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I now have Representative Pluker, followed by Representative Luckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To me, it feels like there's a lot of overlap and there's a lot of places of agreement that we could find here. I'm hearing Ms. Tebow say that, the DOC is not opposed to assessments when they're voluntary, when there's informed consent from the attorneys and the guardians. So I'd love to see that as part of our amendment, making it clear that it's voluntary on the part, not on the part of DOC, but a voluntary on the part of the children, and there must be informed consent from the attorneys and the guardians. And then also just to comment on the assessments, and it seems to me that if we give space in the current language for those assessments to be determined by DOC working with the contractors, So that seems like there's a broad range of opportunity there. So I would just posit that as a potential amendment, I guess, to Representative Morales.
I'll have Representative Morales respond if that's what you're asking. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative Pluker. And I think that sounds like a very good idea to include. It was assumed that these assessments would be voluntary on a voluntary basis, just like they are done in other systems, including the DOC. So if it's needed to be in there, that's a great idea. Thank you.
All done, Representative Pluker? Thank you. Representative Lookner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm just having a hard time understanding what an assessment is if it's being characterized in, I'm trying to understand, when we do an intake, when a youth comes under the care of DOC and ends up in Long Creek, that an assessment isn't a standard part of that intake. Don't we want to know what's happening with that youth in that child's life? So maybe Attorney Riley or Attorney Ward could talk about that. What am I missing here that an assessment could be, could be talked about in that way? Is it not standard procedure to, figure out and get a whole picture of what's happening in a youth's life when they get committed to Long Creek?
I think Representative Lookner, it was stated, and if I'm wrong, the committed are being assessed after they are committed. The detainees are not. They may, if there's a request for that, I guess. I was a little surprised myself. I thought the detainees were being assessed. Detainees are still 72 hours. That's a quick turnaround. And but Ms. Tebow also said at times, and I don't know what those times are. So if I'm wrong, maybe someone can correct me. Is there another, if you would rather hear from someone else, maybe Ms. Tebow again can reiterate what she said about assessments and when they're conducted?
Yeah, thank you for answering that question, Madam Chair. I think, yeah, so when any youth ends up in Long Creek, whether they're committed or on some other kind of status where it's just a transitory thing, we're still not conducting assessments to find out what's happening in that youth's background. Am I missing that? Because that seems like that should be fairly standard. I don't know. So I'd like to hear from your Attorney Riley or Attorney Ward on that if they have any ideas.
Well, do you want to know what is being done now or a comment? I mean,
I think
if you want Mr. Riley, he can address that, I believe.
Yes, please.
I can't, well, it sounds like for detained youth, there's not a lot going on right now. And I guess when I look at this language though, it's the expansiveness of it. Again, if we're going to engage in the difficult task of moving even further away from the use of that institution, you look at the language, talking about looking at, medical, mental health, educational, housing, other services, and all. It's a process. I agree with Associate Commissioner Tebow that it's a process. I don't think you could identify a particular instrument for the type of holistic assessment that is put forward in this bill, because it's going to depend what you need to do, formal or informal, to understand that youth situation is going to depend on that youth. And, in all these sorts of circumstances, you kind of defer to to whoever's leading such a multidisciplinary team, right? Some of them might be very involved and require multiple people and professional areas of expertise, and others might be relatively straightforward, comparatively speaking. So I don't know that for any youth we're doing the type of holistic approach that this is pushing forward, and I do think it's really important to do. and that we can do it because the numbers are so low. And it would really inform how systems work together. And again, I know I said this, but I do want to underscore it. I think it's really important that whoever does this is empowered to identify what youth need, whether or not it currently exists in Maine, because we've identified for years that there are things that don't exist here that we need. And we should at least be able to solve those problems on an individual level, especially with the type of resources that are attached to this legislation and Representative Brennan's supplemental. So.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I agree with you, by the way. I have Senator Seaway, followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I didn't know if we had someone from, I don't know, DHS or the courts. I know when I worked in the courts, we had guardian ad litems involved, and the judges would say, you know, we're going to detain them just for a day or two or whatever, and then when they come back, that they are going to set up something for assessment and for treatment or whatever it was. So a lot of times the guardian ad litem was kind of like in charge of trying to get those things accomplished and whatever. And I think that's probably why we're not hearing about the committed, anything other than the committed in DOC, because once they're committed, it becomes DOC's responsibility and not the courts. So I think the courts are basically doing the assessments during the time when they're not. So that's my understanding. Is that true, Christine Tebow? Could I ask Christine Tebow about that?
Yes, go ahead. I think she heard the question.
Oh, I heard the question. Yes, Senator Seaway, you are correct. If a youth is detained, it's not at all uncommon for that youth to have, for the court to order a diagnostic evaluation. And in fact, I pointed out to Representative Morales the governing statute, which is in the juvenile code, which allows the court to order individual needs and or risk assessments, diagnostic evaluations, but that has to be by agreement of the parties. And so there's an opportunity for the attorney to come in. If a youth has been adjudicated, the court can order a diagnostic evaluation even without the attorney's consent, because at that point, the youth has already been adjudicated. So the court, there is a statute now in the juvenile code that governs when those assessments can be done. But you are absolutely right that many youth, and that's why I said sometimes youth who are in detention get assessed. It's all at the discretion of the court pursuant to existing statutes in the juvenile code. So yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And I, whoops, missed it.
Oh,
Go ahead, someone, okay. I have Representative Pluker and Ms. Tebow did have a question or a comment to make after Mr. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think that it's different if the courts may do an assessment if they want to versus DOC providing one in conjunction with some of these contractors that we're creating the funds for. I think that more and more we're seeing DOC turning into a real service provider, and so having these assessments so they can provide these services is increasingly significant. I'd like to move on to pass as amended with Representative Morales's amendment with the additional language that I mentioned earlier, making it clear that the juveniles, it's voluntary for them to participate, and there needs to be informed consent with the attorneys and the guardians.
I want to be clear, Representative Pluker, are you moving the whole bill with the amendments?
Moving the most recent amendment that Representative Morales gave to us today.
All of them, like removing section 1, 2, 5, yeah, okay.
Yeah, 4,
so
5,
what we,
3,
okay.
6. Yep.
It's been moved by Representative, and we Moved by Representative Pluker, seconded by who?
I'll second it, Madam Chair. And if I may just ask a question, also with making it voluntary, very clear for, okay, great, thank you.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Tucker?
So I was just hoping to get
What am I doing?
clarification. Sorry. Oh, I was hoping to get clarification. The existing language that was in the amendment that's proposed for amendment was intended to be a one-time 6-month period needs assessment with a report back. And so by removing that sort of limitation, I wanted to see if the intent was to have this be permanent or if it was still intended to be one time without a specific time limitation. If it's intended to be permanent, it probably makes sense to allocate it somewhere to the statutes with the same information, but to put it in statute so that people can find it.
I would refer to Representative Morales what her intent was with the original amendment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tartikoff. Yes, the intent is to not make it a one-time. We've removed that 6-month piece. So your alternative of putting it in statute is what I would prefer.
I have Senator Sayaway, followed by Representative Pickett.
I guess this would go to Dan Kartikoff, if I could ask that question. When it's voluntary, is it voluntary if it's a paid private company to do this service? And if it is, how does that work if they decide not to be part of the research or be their private information given out, that sort of thing? How's that all work? I don't know, on a voluntary basis.
Are you asking whether or not the contractor would be able to voluntarily perform the assessments? I think the idea was if a juvenile who's detained or committed says they don't want to have the assessment done, they would not have the assessment done. I think that was the intent.
So I guess the question is, so what is the purpose if the kid or the juvenile decides not to have it done of this bill? I mean, right now, I think the courts decide on assessments, and they also, and then when they're committed, they're assessed. So this isn't accomplishing getting them assessed from what I understand on this. Is that true?
I think you're getting at the policy question behind this, and I can't really weigh in on that.
All right, thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the effort by the representative that has brought this bill forward. But I do see, even with the opposed amendment in front of us, I still see that there is some publicity of some of the things that are going to take place and that are already being done. And I have to stand on the fact that we have a program that we're working on right now with many of these things involved in it working, and we're seeing our youth, we're in the process of trying to get them out of Long Creek in the manner of which the bill we passed before. We've heard input yesterday from the bill sponsor on that particular issue. I know we all want the same thing, but I just don't think that this bill is necessary. I think we're moving in the right direction. I think if we stay in that direction, we're going to eventually get where we want to be, and we're going to get there at the time when it's right, so that everything meshes together and not hurriedly and make mistakes along the way. So I cannot support this bill.
Representative
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to just offer something, and then additionally, I would like to take a 5-minute break before the vote. So I spent a little time last night reviewing the plans that were sent to us by Ms. Bogart from the Office of Child and Family Services. And I appreciate that Associate Commissioner Wynn had the 13-point plan sent along to us. I also reviewed the Juvenile Justice Task Force report by CCLP. I also looked at the deficits that were mapped out for us by the Behavioral Health Coalition that was sent to us in email yesterday. And this proposal by Representative Morales answers all of the questions and the needs that 3 of those reports have put forward. Again, 3 of the reports of folks that are on the ground doing the work. So we are in a time when we have some opportunity with this funding where we could really provide youth across our state with a lot of the needs that we know they have. And that's just where I am. So I would just really ask that folks even just take a quick look at, it was sent to us by Molly Bogart. It's a 13-point plan. There are 2 documents. One is sort of more in paragraph form. The second one literally has the 13 points. And I think you'll probably see what I'm talking about. One of the things that we didn't talk about today, but I'd like to bring up because it also is part of the deficit of our system, are the 70 youth that have been sent out of state because we don't meet their behavioral health needs here in the state. And, you know, I'm an auntie and I'm very fortunate that none of my babies have ended up in these systems. That would be terrible. What would be devastating is if any of my nieces or my nephew were sent out of state to get behavioral health care needs. I don't know how families are managing that. So that's another piece of what Representative Morales's bill does. It's also very expensive. It's costing the state of Maine a lot of money to be sending those youth out of state. So I offer that, but Madam Chair, I would like us to just take a quick break and have a chance to check in before we vote. Thank you.
Just a little bit clarification. I mentioned the 70 to someone who called me this morning, 70 students. They're not, and I don't believe, or necessarily not, in any criminal behavior pattern. I don't believe, I don't know how many of those are DOC. I doubt there are. And Ms. Bogart has a very involved and long report, but very factual. But I didn't see it applying to this. You wish to, you still have your hand up? You want to make a comment?
No, thank you. I just, you keep going on mute, so I can't really hear what you're saying. But I would just like to take a break when you're ready.
Yes, that's, geez, if you missed that one, okay, that's 10 minutes. Okay, is that 10 minutes okay, everyone?
Sure.
All right, go right ahead. I'm sorry, I was looking for Representative Newman and Pickett since we were on a break. They couldn't come back in this room since I'm in here. So I told them 1 or 2 minutes. So I don't know where they are. I just stepped out. So
I'll check in the hall.
Representative Warren, when we begin 1988, I need about 5 minutes to step out. If you could begin 1988.
Sure.
Please. I'll go in the hallway and just take a quick look. There's 6 of us. I don't know. I haven't seen Representative Costain. I know Newman and Pickett tried to come in. Oh, there you are.
I'm here. I was on the phone. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's cool. No, you could probably take another 10 minutes. I don't know. Someone, Representative Bernicki, could you try and contact them? They're not on the 4th floor.
Senator, they'll be back shortly.
Madam Chair, can we just start the vote and they can vote after?
That was Plan B. Yes. Where is, oh, there you are, Ms. Fahey. Let's start a vote. Reminder is it's ought to pass as amended, right? We're going to do that. Okay, go
pass.
ahead.
LD 756 ought to pass as amended. Motion by Representative Pluker, second by Representative Warren. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales votes yes. Representative Rackett is not on the Zoom at the moment. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner votes yes. Representative Pickett will come back to. Representative Costin.
No.
Representative Costin votes no. Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Rudnicki votes no. Representative Newman will come back to. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker votes yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
No.
Senator Searway votes no. Senator DeChambeau.
No.
Senator DeChambeau votes no.
They're
Should we-
here. Okay, Representative Newman is here. We just voted. They haven't said the tally if you wish to vote right now. And Representative Pickett just entered. To pass is amended. Do you want to call Mr. Pickett and Representative Pickett and Newman are here for their vote, please?
Certainly. Representative Newman, are you ready to vote? On LD
Yes, I'm gonna
756?
vote no, should not pass.
Representative Newman votes no. So we're just waiting for Representative Pickett.
I'm here.
Representative Pickett, how do you vote?
After the break, nothing changed on the amendment, correct? It's the same amendment with the explanation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. My vote is no.
Representative Pickett votes no. So that's 4 yes, 6 no, and 3 absent.
Thank you. Okay. So
Excuse me, Madam Chair, you didn't get the position of the people who voted no on that motion?
He ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
yes, who has called for me?
Representative
Someone said-
Costin. Can she give us a count again? I believe it was 5 no, not 4.
And she
It
said,
was 4 yes, 4 yes, and 6 no.
yeah.
Two, 3, 7 no. Okay. We are now in.
Madam Chair, let's take a lunch break before we begin the next.
Oh, I didn't know what time it was. Sorry about that.
That's a
Okay.
great idea.
Half hour, okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, those of us that have to run out, it might take a little more, but we'll catch up.
What time are we coming back? I missed that.
They said a half hour.
Okay, thank you.
Have you tried the recipe yet?
No, but I want to. I miss cooking. Everything's too crazy.
Yeah, I know, it is.
Soon, though, soon.
Yeah.
Representative Warren,
Yeah.
when you get ready to get started, Senator DeChambeau had to step out for a little bit, so she said, go ahead and bring Representative Ross in and get started with her, and should be in a bit.
All right, then let's do it. Thank you, Representative Newman. Deb, have you heard from Representative Talbot Ross? Oh, I
Not
think
yet.
you're on mute. Oh, thank you. Okay.
Deb, who seconded that motion ought to pass amended on the last bill? I know Representative Fluker, I believe, was the one that made the motion. I didn't catch the second.
The second was Representative Warren.
Okay, thank you.
Deb,
We
when,
could get Representative Reckitt's vote on that one.
you did?
If it's okay with you?
Yeah,
Madam Chair?
Please.
which one are we talking about? The one that just happened? Before
Yeah,
we,
LD 756. The motion was passed as amended. Motion by Representative Fluker, seconded by Representative Warren. How do you vote?
yes,
Thank you.
so that's 756.
6.
Okay. Is that the only one I've missed at this point?
Let me check. Oh, it was just a table.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so yes.
What I wanted to ask you, Deb, if at the end of this meeting, if I'm short votes and it's not 4 o'clock and I'm stuck in judiciary, who just went on lunch, so therefore I'll be here now starving, and then I'll go back over there. So if at the end of the day, you could let me know what I've missed and I can take care of that, it's easier for me, but
Of
I'm
course,
sure not for you, but
no problem.
I've been watching, been mostly watching criminal justice this morning. It's hard to, this is awful when both committees are in work session all day. I feel like I don't give everything my best attention.
It's impossible to.
Yeah. I mean, when one group is in, hearing and the other's in work session, I can cope easily because I can just listen to the hearing later. I'll read the materials, but it's tough when it's work session.
All the more reason why they should put people on committees on opposite days, so that doesn't happen.
Well, that's actually what the story is on mine. It's just this time of year, they squunch them together.
Yeah,
So it's most of the time they are on different days.
yeah, that's what happened to mine too.
Yeah. It's hard, you try to be, you try to pay attention to everything. You try to do the best you can, and sometimes it's just difficult.
Representative Ross is here. Talbot Ross is here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative.
Hello, good afternoon.
All right, we've all just come back from lunch and we're ready to get started again. And we're going to pick up with LD Which one is Mr. McMaster here for? We can do that one first so that he doesn't have to stay.
Yep,
If he-
he's here for 1999 from the Attorney General's office.
Okay, Jane, could we please start with LD 1999 since Mr. McMaster is here with us? And since his son is my police chief and your police chief and Deb's police chief, we want to we want to be respectful of his time.
Is that spelled S-U-C-K-U-P? I'm ready.
Oh, Jane, I think you're on mute.
We're waiting for Mr. McMaster, I think.
He's here.
Okay. This is LD 1999, an act to require civil rights officers at law enforcement agencies. I sent out a bill analysis to you yesterday morning about 8:30, and it summarized the bill and included the amendment from Representative Talbot Ross from the public hearing. But there is a new amendment that is dated March 9th that was also sent to you yesterday morning. And I can talk about that, but Representative Talbot Ross is here and you might like to hear straight from her.
Great. How about if, as we do that, could we have that amendment screen shared so everyone's on the page?
Sure, Deb, that's all ready.
Just a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Madam Chair, did you want me to walk through or did you want Jane?
Either one, whoever, would you prefer that Jane walk through it or would you like to?
I don't mind. Jane can clean me up if she'd like. Whatever I miss. So for the committee's benefit, I just and the listening public, I just want to make sure from that we set the right context. From the original bill of 1999, which placed did two things really, all under Title 25, which is the main Criminal Justice Academy statutes. We added a section to existing statute that would address civil rights officers, that said that the Attorney General would ensure that all law enforcement agencies in the state would name a law enforcement officer and publicize that that the name of all the CROs across the state. That was the first thing it did. And then the second thing it did was to fund $149,000 that would go towards a software, e-citation software that I think you heard Rebecca Graham from Maine Municipal Association talk about and Lieutenant Bruce Scott talk about. It's necessary in order for them to be able to do the the profiling data collection component that as a result of LD 132 last year went into law. So the original bill just did those two things, named CROs and then funded the e-citation software that is needed. From the original, I will now turn to where we're at, which is the new amendment that Jane referenced, dated March 9th. And I'll just note for the committee that this new amendment is a result of listening to comments from the public hearing. So taking all of that in and knowing that we needed to make some changes, and then working with Brian McMaster, who is in this Zoom on the Attorney General's office to address what we heard in the public hearing. So this new amendment, if you scroll back up to the top, Yep. In Part A, first of all, we have a new title. The new title accurately reflects what we're trying to do, an act to prohibit profiling and to strengthen civil rights in Maine. So that's one change. And then when you go down to Part A, what we've done is we've taken everything out of Title 25, which is the Maine Criminal Justice Academy statutes, and we're now rightfully placing them in Title 5, which contains the Maine Civil Rights Act. And so within the Civil Rights Act, we're now doing two things. We're defining civil rights officer, and we are defining law enforcement agency. This definition of law enforcement agency now matches what is in Title 5 in Part 3, Chapter 337 D, which is the profiling data collection provisions. So now what we're doing is we're making sure law enforcement agency under profiling data collection 337D matches what will be in this new bill. They're just, it's the same. There's continuity there. So that's all that's happening there is we're moving it out of Title 25 into Title 5. And we're making some, we're defining it. If you scroll down, the other piece that we're doing within this title is to now place the requirement of a civil rights officer, again, within the right title. And instead of saying that the Attorney General will ensure, the Attorney General shall select, law enforcement agencies are doing a great job of trying to select their civil rights officers and making sure that they're trained. Where we fall short is nobody knows who these people are. They're not advertised anywhere. You can't go to a website and find out who they are. And what that means is that the public now has no idea that these CROs exist and that this is a pathway if you wanted to file a complaint, a civil rights complaint. That's what the officer is there for, but the public doesn't know who they are. And so we're asking in this particular section that law enforcement agencies, and some law enforcement agencies don't have CROs. So we're now saying that the law enforcement agencies must be required to select, assign, and secure training for their CROs. They should notify the Attorney General, and that the law enforcement agencies themselves should make sure that the public knows who these CROs are within each of their agencies. So that's Part A. Under Part B, again, we stick with Title 5, and this is going to, in 337D, again, under the profiling data collection, we're going to make sure that we define profiling. And if you scroll up just a little bit, Jane, we're making sure that we define profiling. I think you have to go up just a little more.
I
The other
think
way.
it's down.
There we go. So what we learned in the public hearing, and Brian McMaster did a wonderful job of really creating a document that I hope you all will receive, and that is consistency in our language. So under this definition, we are now making profiling consistent. The characteristics will be consistent with the Civil Rights Act and Title 25. We're making sure that they all are aligned, that they're together. You heard from Larry Denzinger and you heard from Mary Bonato during the public hearing about the inconsistencies in the characteristics that are being named. So we did the work. Brian did some work, and we compared and contrast the Human Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, LD 1999, what we had, and then Title 25. And we looked at them across the board and said, there's enough inconsistency here that we'd like to make at least the definition within profiling consistent. So we added sexual orientation, gender identity, color, physical or mental disability to this definition of profiling. We are not adding age, which would make them all align. We figured that is something that we need more time to talk about, work with all of the stakeholders, and we may come back in the 131st and address the characteristic of age that's missing. But right now we're going to, we've all agreed, and I've talked with MMA, I've talked with Lieutenant Scott, I've reached out as much as I could to Representative Pickett to bring him into this conversation as well, based on his feedback at the public hearing. But we've all agreed to add sexual orientation, gender identity, color, physical and mental disability to this profiling definition. And then we didn't do anything with subsection 4755, where we explicitly prohibit profiling. And we didn't do anything to Part C, which continues to bring forth the $149,000 for the software package. And that is the new amendment. Quite succinctly, we're taking it out of Title 25 and we're putting it right where all of this belongs, in Title 5 under the main Civil Rights Act. Thank you so very much. And Jane, please add what I have missed.
Perfect.
Great. Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. Very thorough. I see our first question from Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is to our Assistant Attorney General, Brian McMaster. Just a question for him, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Good afternoon. How are you, Mr. McMaster?
I'm fine, except that I'm not an Assistant Attorney General, but that's okay, Senator Searway.
Well, you're about as close as it gets. Anyway, I just got a question on when it says prohibiting profiling, and in this, I guess, what's your thoughts on, when it says something like that in police work, when you do investigations, you have to do certain circumstances, like, the look, when you're looking for a suspect, maybe the time of day, it could be what they're wearing, description of the person, the vehicle, and a method of, the MO of what they do, those sort of things. How does this play out when it comes to this new definition?
I think it's adequately covered in the definition of profiling. If you look at the last part of that definition, the exception, it says except when there is a trustworthy information relevant to the locality and time frame that links a person with a particular characteristic described in this subsection to an identified criminal incident or scheme. So, for example, if you had a situation of, say, a robbery or an assault or any type of ongoing crime, and the description of the suspect or assailant could involve someone of color, then that exception is essentially saying that that's not necessarily racial profiling at that point. And I think I think that framed it very well in terms of what you're asking, Senator.
Right. So I'm just saying, when it says prohibiting profiling, the commoner is going to think that any type of profiling. So I didn't know if there's any way of making it clear that there's exceptions. I don't to what, and I guess that's what I'm kind of wondering, because I think a lot of this, the turmoil caused because about I guess the mindset of profiling, and police say we don't profile. I think that's probably where they're getting it, is because there is there are those exceptions of what you're actually doing for work compared to a bias situation.
Yeah, but of course, the type of profiling we're talking about, the discriminatory practice of profiling, is unconstitutional.
Right.
And it's so I mean, I think what we have here is a really good definition of what the prohibition is, and then clearly the exception, if we want to call it that, it says except when there is trustworthy information and so forth.
Right.
I don't really see that this changes legitimate law enforcement practice in any way. What you've done in the past, what I've done, Representative Pickett, Representative Costain.
Right. I'm just thinking of what the public hears and what they see, and they may or may not understand it because of that exception. That's what I would just say.
Yeah,
No.
I understand where you're coming from, and that may explain why we do occasionally get complaints where there's a claim of unlawful profiling when in fact in the end there wasn't.
Right, correct. So I didn't know if there was a way of straightening that piece out. That's all. That
Excuse me, Senator.
Yeah.
Richard, excuse me. I think he answered your question, and Representative Pickett also has a question. So let's go to him.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Didn't mean to break up the old time conversation there. But how you doing today, Mr. McMasters?
I'm doing well, Representative Pickett.
I noticed you omitted me in your comment about the other officers. I thought, I never mind. I'm just razzing on you a bit, but I did want to ask you a question, sir. Right now, in current law, do we have the means to, and do we deal with profiling if it occurs? Do we have the means to be able to do that right now in law?
We do have the means right now to deal with it. I don't think it's necessarily as clear as it could be in terms of actually having a statute that prohibits profiling, and what I think is a really good definition of what profiling is. And then the means of dealing with it will still be primarily through individual agencies in terms of personnel actions. If it's determined that an officer has actually profiled illegally, and also through the academy in terms of that officer's certification. I just think this really sets out a good template or outline, if you will, makes it all very clear, puts it in the right place in the statutes, and where everyone can see it and see what it means. And
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may.
Didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, sir.
Follow up, ma'am?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So the definition of profiling, I see that, that's good, but the piece that I really am not concerned about, but it kind of, I wonder why it needs to be in the bill. And that is the piece requiring all law enforcement officers to select, assign. We're mandated to do that right now. Every agency is supposed to have a civil rights officer in the state. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
That's correct, although that's a function of the Academy Board of Trustees, who had and has the authority under Title 25 now to set policy on hate or bias crimes. And that's where that requirement for a civil rights officer resides now, is in that sort of very general language of the academy developing standards and a policy for hate or bias crimes. And within that policy that the academy has developed many years ago, at some point through that process, the requirement for a civil rights officer was added to that policy, but it remains at the discretion of the Board of Trustees of the academy as to whether or not that stays. By having it in statute and having it codified as a requirement of law, then it takes away that discretion down the road if the board or anyone that wanted to influence the board wanted to pull that out of policy as opposed to having it in statute.
So it's a policy versus codifying in law issue is what it is.
Exactly. And we've had civil rights officers, as you know, for a long period of time now, and it's extremely important to our office in terms of enforcing the Maine Civil Rights Act. This is where we get our civil rights complaints are from these civil rights officers. That's the pathway. And if we didn't have that down the road, I think it gives more of a oomph to it, if you will, in terms of it being in statute and being a requirement. Then we're not, because now we have a really hard time sometimes getting agencies to designate such a person, get that person trained. And I think by having it in statute, it becomes a legal requirement that has more power to it, if you will, than a policy mandate. And again, it still remains at the discretion of the Board of Trustees of the Academy. They have to review these mandatory policies once a year. And it could be down the road that they decided to eliminate that requirement for a civil rights officer. If it's in statute, then it does away with that discretion. And we sorely need those civil rights officers, believe me, because we would not be able to enforce the Maine Civil Rights Act without them.
If I may, Madam Chair, could I have one more follow-up?
Yes, you may.
And so I've tried to look at the bill and kind of prioritize what's in the bill. And I don't know if you'll agree with me or not, but I think the single most important part of the bill is the funding mechanism to be able to actually once and for all put a program that we can track and see just how much of this, if any, is going on in our state. Because that's the thing that I think is really, really important, because I think that some of us think that there's not that much, others of us think there's a lot, others of us, we're all over the place on that. But I think that part there is really important to once and for all be able to track this and see just how much of it there really is in our state compared to across the country. So myself, I think that's the most important part of the bill to begin with. I don't know if you agree with that or not.
I certainly agree with your sentiment in that regard, and I can tell you without reservation that the law enforcement community in the state, the Maine chiefs, the Maine sheriffs, certainly our office, the state police would all be in agreement to that we need the data. And this is the only way we're going to get the data, and it's the only way we're going to answer that sort of perennial question, whether there is or there isn't. So yes, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Thank you, sir.
I have Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass as amended, as presented by the sponsor today.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on the motion?
Yeah, could we have about a 5-minute break on this, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Shelley, you want to set up a Zoom?
And folks, will use the same link that I sent out before.
That's why I hurried up and said that.
I'm going to throw you a real curveball.
was just saying, Deb, I'm staying in this committee to make your life easier.
All right, it looks like we're back. We have a motion on the floor to pass as amended. Any more discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, Representative Newman.
Representative
We are
Pickett's-
back.
Representative Pickett was trying to get back. He wants to say something, so.
Yeah,
Oh,
if
thank
if I
you.
may,
Sure.
we have the motion on the board, correct?
Yes, we have an ought to pass as amended motion on the floor.
Right, and I would like to have you entertain a friendly amendment to that, and I would, if I may, I would like to take and change the funding on the bill, and I would like to have Lieutenant Scott come in and explain that, and that the funding would go, instead of 149,000, we would up that to 300 and what is it? What, I had that just written out there. 300 and I think it was 339 or 329. It would be an additional 180,000. He will explain what that additional 180,000 is. Because if we're going to implement this law and we're going to get the records and we're going to do what we need to do, we got to capture all of it throughout the whole entire state. And so if we're going to do that, then we ought to do it and do it the right way. So that's what I would like to offer as a friendly amendment. And I don't know if the sponsor would like to accept that amendment or not.
Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Pickett, this is the first time I've heard of the additional monies. I've been in fairly good communication with Lieutenant Scott, and he's not indicated to me that they need additional money. We've been meeting since August, and at no point in time did that additional monies come up. It was connected to the LD 132 that was passed last year for 2 FTEs. But this truly does not require 2 people to manage. But if I could just hear what it was that they need the money for, that would be great. And as I said,
and that's why
I've had daily conversations with MMA, and they didn't ask for additional monies, and Lieutenant Scott. It's just kind of shocking to me that we're now at this point where we're talking about additional monies.
Well, then, would you have any objections to having Lieutenant Scott come in and explain why?
Representative Pickett, do you know what the money's for?
Yeah, I do. I wanted him to explain how that came about and how that's been on the table originally on this all along, and then it was no longer a part of it. But I don't want to speak for him. I'd like to have him come on, because we were talking with him, and I truly believe that if we're going to deal with this issue, then let's deal with it. Don't piecemeal it. Let's deal with it. And I think this will allow us to reach out to every law enforcement agency throughout the state, get the information we need to get, and once and for all determine just how much of this we have going on and how much we don't have going on. So moving forward, we can deal with this issue much better. So I'm just throwing it out there as a friendly amendment. Obviously, nobody has to take it, but I'm throwing it out there.
I would defer to the sponsor. We'd also have a quick break. We're open to that.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm asking Representative Talbot Ross what her pleasure is.
If it's at all possible, I know you've already had a long day and we still have other things to do, but if we could just have 5 minutes, it would be really helpful.
Of course we can. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
And again, it's the same link.
Yeah, and Shelley, send us a link, please.
Deb, are you there?
All right, so we have a motion on the floor, and before we took a break, Representative Pickett offered a friendly amendment to Representative Talbot Ross, and Representative Talbot Ross has accepted that friendly amendment. And so what we need to do is make sure that the person who made the motion and the second also agree. So somebody might help me with who made the motion and who seconded it.
The motion was made by Representative Morales and seconded by Senator DeChambeau.
Great, thank you, Deb. Everyone agree?
Yes. Thank you, Deb.
Senator DeChambeau, agree?
I'm sorry, I came in just as you said, agree. I didn't have
so
my
there's-
earplugs on.
So there's a friendly amendment. You were the second. Do you agree to the friendly amendment?
Oh, so the friend, yeah, what we discussed, okay, yes.
Okay, I think we're ready to roll unless anybody has any questions. Senator Searway?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure Jane knew what the amendment was, the friendly amendment, just to make sure it was clear. And I'll let Representative Pickett clarify that if she doesn't. So would that be okay?
Jane, do you have understanding of what the friendly amendment is?
Well, yes and no. Representative Pickett didn't mention for sure the actual amount of money. I think he said add $180,000. And maybe that came to 329. I just want to make sure, and I didn't know if he wanted to specify whether the split of that new money amongst all other and capital expenditures.
Is it okay if Madam Chair, is it okay if I respond to that?
Please.
Yeah, the amendment was to, we added enough to the 149,000 that makes the total amount $330,426. $330,426. That's the total amount. That amount would be used to that would be used by the Department of Public Safety to take and to put and do what they were going to do originally before it got taken out of the proposal to deal with this on another bill for two positions to be able to take and implement this this program, so it would be able to reach out statewide. But if you want a clearer definition for language review, I would suggest, Jane, that you talk with Lieutenant Scott, and I'm sure he can clean that language up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions on the motion on the floor, seeing none, Deb, could you call the roll, please?
Certainly, we're voting on LD 1999. The motion was ought to pass as amended. Motion by Representative Morales and seconded by Senator DeChambeau. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales votes yes. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt votes yes. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner votes yes. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Pickett votes yes. Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Costain votes yes. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki votes yes. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Newman votes yes. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker votes yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator Searway votes yes. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau votes yes. That's unanimous with 11 votes and 2 absent.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. And thank you, Mr. McMaster, for being here with us today. Next up, we have LD 1988, which is the Blue Ribbon Commission. Also, Jane, a bill you're doing analysis on, or Dan?
Me. Hi. Okay. This is LD 1988, the Blue Ribbon Commission on Emergency Medical Services and designating an ambulance service as an essential service. And there was a good deal of testimony on this bill, and there were some suggestions about the bill. There was particularly mention of a strategic planning initiative that the Office of Emergency Medical Services is undertaking at this time. Representative Talbot Ross has a new amendment for you, and it's dated March 9th, 11 p.m. And I think she's still here? Yes. And I think I'm sure she'd like to explain it to you.
That's great. And Deb, do you have it so you can screen share it for us as the representative explains it to us?
I do.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I can walk you through, we've not, oops, sorry about that. We've not changed the title. What we have added, first of all, let me just say that this new amendment is the result of working with Jay Bradshaw from the ambulance services. He had proposed amended language, and I had proposed amended language after the public hearing. And we essentially put them both together. So what's before you now is a product of working with the main ambulance services and stakeholders. I've vetted this through Representative Salisbury, who's a co-sponsor on this bill, and also several of the stakeholders who had asked the original bill to be put in. So what we're adding into Title 32 is under statement of purpose. This is the title that deals with emergency medical services. It's the Emergency Medical Services Act of 1982. We're just putting in the statement of purposes that the legislature finds the emergency medical services provided by an ambulance service are essential. That is really the heart of this bill, is to really state unequivocally that EMS is an essential service here in the state. So we're adding to that title, Chapter 2B, in the statement of purpose that we find it to be an essential service. If you all, you're familiar with the statute, the statement of purpose is just like a value statement. And so we're just making sure that it's clear that this is an essential service. If you move down to the bill, we have also reached an agreement in section, so section 2 does not move at all. That ambulance services are essential service. That remains the same from what we discussed at the public hearing. The change that we have in this amendment is in the commission membership. And we've done 2 things, really important things. We've added 4 members to the commission, and that was based on what Jay Bradshaw had wanted. We are making it clear in the membership that the representative from the Department of Public Safety is in fact the director of Maine Emergency Medical Services. Director Hurley you know Director Hurley well, we've made it clear that the Director of Maine EMS would be on this commission. If you keep scrolling down, we've added a representative of county government, a representative of municipal government. That was important for MMA, if you remember from the public hearing. So we have addressed that. So we've added and a statewide association of hospitals. So we've really cleaned up that commissions and added 4 members. So now it's a total of 17, which is not unwielding at all. And again, these membership categories came from Mr. Bradshaw. If you continue to scroll down, Jane, under duties, the only thing that we've done here is we heard folks loud and clear. And what we've done is we're making sure that the commission and the strategic planning process by the agency will talk to one another. We've all agreed that it's necessary for the commission to exist in its current format. So you'll see the underline says, and I'll read, the commission shall maintain communication and coordinate with the Maine Emergency Medical Services so that the Maine Emergency Medical Services Strategic Planning Initiative and the commission are informed of the work being done by the other initiative. We feel very, very good. Those are all of the changes. Again, we arrived at these changes based on information at the public hearing, and we really feel good about bringing this to the committee in a way that speaks to all of our needs and has been collaborative. The process has been wonderful to work with all of the stakeholders. So thank you for your consideration, and I can certainly answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. Questions about the amendment we've just walked through? Okay, discussion on the bill. Representative Pickett.
Yes, I don't know, I haven't checked the participants, but is Brent Libby here?
Yes, he is.
Would you mind bringing him in if you would, please?
Sorry, I missed that name.
Brent Libby.
And Deb, could you also make me a host, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Libby.
Good afternoon. How are you folks today?
Great. How about yourself?
Doing very well. Thank you.
Great. Representative Pickett has a couple questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good day.
I was reading through your testimony you had written and sent into the queue, and I wanted to know have you had a chance to look other than just see the latest amendment to the bill?
I have just now seen the most recent amendment. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you had taken a position on the bill in your testimony. Has that position changed since you've seen the amendment?
Not at this point. I think again, it seems like we're running 2 parallel tracks. I think with the same intent. Having looked at and actually it even now further mirrors, I think, the makeup of the Maine EMS board that currently exists, consisting of 18 people, this now consisting of 17. Really, as I pointed out in the letter, minus the legislative representation. The RFP that we sent out and has been contracted for the strategic planning process is pretty involved and looks to the current system status, the strategic positioning of Maine EMS, stakeholder analysis, the environment, future planning, leadership challenges, projected financial needs, risk management, short and long-term goals are all things that we've tasked ourselves and the company that's going to facilitate our strategic planning with. So I think that's going to be a very open, and I know it will be a very open process and one that has some specific objectives. And I can only assume that that is the same intent of the Blue Ribbon Commission to do as well. So while I think it's important, it is by far important that we're going to, we would need to communicate. I also am still concerned that they're going to be competing needs and competing challenges of the two very, very similar groups working together, or yet separately in this particular.
Mr. Libby, could you identify yourself for the record also? I'm sorry, I failed to ask you to do that.
I will, yes. My name is Brent Libby. I live in Wyndham. I am the Fire Rescue Chief of Wyndham and also the current chairperson of the Maine EMS Board.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Madam Chair, follow up?
Please do.
And Chief Libby, I hear what you're saying, and it sounds to me like there would be some duplicity in what's going on with the commission and what the EMS board is doing right now. And would I be right in saying, and you may have already said that, I want to be crystal clear on it. There would people that the Blue Ribbon Commission would be talking to and speaking to in regards to this. A number of those people would more than likely be people that either you have already or you would be talking to as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. And I would also anticipate that in some cases, probably the same people will be involved in both processes. So, and not having a clear understanding other than to, the amendments, establishes a Blue Ribbon Commission to study emergency medical services in the state, not having any sort of specifics of what that might be. I think we have outlined that in the strategic plan process. And so it's very hard to know what, if any, competing there may be moving forward.
And is it safe to say that you're not opposed to a commission at some point? You just think the timing is wrong for that commission to start. You'd rather see you folks have a chance to get yours taken care of and then get the legislators and stakeholders involved and take a look at what you folks have done and move it forward from there, and if needed.
Yes, sir, that's exactly correct. I think that there is, without a doubt, there's going to be need for legislative involvement and legislative action moving forward. And I think that once we actually get this process done and can, or at least have a draft of what it's looking like, we by far will be able to start that legislative process, whether it's amending the current EMS statute, adding a new other language, that will definitely need to be done. But I think without completing this process, we're not sure where that's going to lead us yet. And it may be different depending on where in the state you are. Certainly EMS in Aroostook County is different than Cumberland County. And we need to look at that. So I think that is all something that we need to flush out as we move through this.
And lastly, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
And so I'm sure, Mr. Chief Libby, you're familiar with the 2004 project and how that turned out and how it by EMS personnel and other people working closely together with this committee, the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, and the Board of Maine EMS. There was laws and rule changes that have greatly benefited our state. And you feel that after the process the EMS is doing right now, and then taking a look at it and getting the others involved at that time, you're looking for a I would think a successful project, just like the 2004 project. Is that correct?
That would most definitely be my hope. Yes.
Thank you very much for answering my question, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'd like to know is I'd like to hear from Mr. Hurley and Mr. Bradshaw, basically their responses to basically the same questions that Chief Libby just responded to, because I'd like to hear their competing views.
Great. Thank you, Representative Newman. And Deb, I'm sure will bring Director Hurley and Mr. Bradshaw in.
They're on their way.
Thank you.
In the meantime, Madam Chair, maybe Representative Pluger had something for Chief Libby.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you. I was gonna make a motion, but I could wait until after Mr. Hurley and Mr. Bradshaw do their presentations.
Great. Thank you, Representative. Good afternoon, Director Hurley and Mr. Bradshaw. Thank you for being here. I'm sure that you heard the questions that Representative Pickett was asking of Chief Libby. Would you be able to give us some flavor of your answers to those questions?
Absolutely. Who would you like to go first?
Matters not to me. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for having us today. My responses are going to essentially mirror that of Chairperson Libby. Maine EMS is entirely supportive of everything that's listed in this bill. We're not opposed to any of the substance of this bill. We're concerned about the timing of this bill. If you started this commission November 1st, Maine EMS would say, go for it, because we're going to have our contractors are required to have a draft of the strategic plan by then that would inform this group. So they're not having to reinvent the wheel. What we are afraid of that we think will be detrimental to the entire process is if we have both the commission and the strategic planning process coming up with solutions, and then we have to spend months trying to figure out which solution we're going to implement. So all we're asking is allow the board of EMS, which is comprised of EMTs and paramedics and dispatchers and system administrators, to come up with the ideas so that we can hand them off to you to help us implement, because we absolutely have to have you at the table. We just don't want to be duplicative. But if we could start November 1st, if you could say this commission won't meet before November 1st, Maine EMS would thank you and we endorse what you have. But right now, what we don't want to happen is we just don't want them to be duplicative.
Great. Thank you, Director Hurley. So just to be clear, if we amended the bill to start on November 1st, you'd all be in favor of the proposal.
We could support what you have.
Okay. Mr. Bradshaw, are you in the same place?
Sort of, but not exactly. You'll recall that last Friday, I spoke along very similar lines to what Director Hurley just said. However, since that time, our legislative group had a chance to meet and discuss a variety of different scenarios. That is what led to the memo that I sent out to you folks earlier this week, and much of that is incorporated into the amendment that Representative Talbot Ross has nicely articulated to you. I guess we see it a little bit differently. I don't really see this as competing. I think that the Board of EMS has an operational component. I think that most of the providers are affected day to day by what the Board of EMS does. They're the ones that set how many continuing education hours you have to have and the licensing requirements and those type of things. Super important. I think where I agree that there's a merit to this separate commission is that commission is going to bring in the policy people. Now, recognizing that the composition that's on that policy Blue Ribbon Commission is, in my opinion, in our opinion, a good one. We're happy that we will also be at that table. But the reality is that there's only going to be a couple of us that are really up to speed with what the state EMS system looks like. There's some work to be done to get people to the point where they will be able to better understand that which comes from the board's strategic planning process. Now, that may come from briefings, and I've given you some ideas. It's really just a brainstorming about folks who may be involved in those orientation sessions. That's going to take some time, and I think that will take perhaps a few months. By the time we realistically play this out, it will likely be the same point that Director Hurley just mentioned before they will get down to saying what's in and what's out. But I think that there's value in having this group meet in advance of that so that they're better prepared to do so. So we are fully supportive of the bill as Representative Talbot Ross has amended it. I don't think it's competing, and I think that the other thing is when the 131st comes into session, they will need people who can then continue to work these bills through the session. So the work really, the people who are on the commission are the people who I believe you will want to see in the halls talking to you as those bills go through that process as well. So another reason why the time spent getting up to speed is time well invested. So I recognize that may sound like a slight departure from where I was a week ago, and I acknowledge that it is. And that's because I think that as we step back and we see that our common goal is to make some potentially substantive improvements to the EMS system. And I think that can happen by the cooperation and the coordination between a commission and the Board of EMS. So we're pleased with the changes and happy to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Okay, so we have Director Hurley saying complete support if November 1. We have Mr. Bradshaw saying complete support start now as Representative Talbot Ross's bill suggests. Let's also hear from a voice of EMS. Could we also bring in Mr. Petrie, please?
Just a moment.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Thank you,
Would
Representative Warren. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Would you be willing to weigh in on the questions that we've just been discussing?
I would. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to follow along the lines that Mr. Bradshaw just articulated. We cannot afford to wait until November 1st. Your system in Maine is in trouble. It's struggling on a day-by-day basis. And if we wait until November 1st to start bringing the Blue Ribbon Commission up to speed, we will miss the opportunity to pass meaningful legislation that is critical to the survival and success of EMS moving forward. We are in desperate trouble. And you can listen to me and Sam and Jay and Brent talk about it. But just to see how bad it is, I would encourage you to call your local services, the ones that serve your constituents, and you will hear that message loud and clear across the board. We had another service in Maine announce last week that to the 4 other communities that they've been covering, that they were no longer going to be able to do that when their contract expired because of manpower issues. There's absolutely no reason why these 2 committees cannot work collaboratively so that we can get as much momentum as possible to be able to move this forward and come up with some meaningful change that will help the EMS providers in the state of Maine. Thank you very much for your opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Petrie. I'll tell you that some other representatives were watching our public hearing last week, and we had a conversation when we were all together in the State House on Wednesday. And they said to me, a few different people said to me, Shar, the districts that they were talking about, the places where if someone has a heart attack, they die, that's where I live. I had people, I had representatives say that to me. So we're in a crisis situation. I'm glad to hear you come in and share that with us. Oh, excuse me, Representative Pluker, you were way a long time ago, and there you go.
Thank you, but I was glad to hear from all the folks here. And I think it sounds like that there's been a lot of collaborative effort of people working together to try to get this bill right. And largely there is agreement on the bill. I've been meeting with my own local EMS providers, and I know that this is an emergency crisis that's happening right now in our state. And I think legislative input is needed immediately. So in that vein, I would move ought to pass as amended with the amendment that was brought to us today by Representative Talbot Ross.
I second.
We have a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended by Representative Pluker, seconded by Representative Morales. Senator DeChambeau. You're on mute, Senator.
Not sure who I want to address this to. I might have a question each for Mr. Hurley and Mr. Bradshaw. Number one, I guess, Mr. Bradshaw, are there members in your commission that are also affiliated with the board, the state board?
Yes, there are several.
Several?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hurley, so the board members are also affiliated with the commission, and I guess is what I'm getting to. And so November 1st is when you think you'll have a draft, right? I don't know how that's going to be workable really if the commission begins at, as quickly as possible, and why yours is going to take till November 1st for a draft. And then after that, how does that all work? So frankly, if both of you want to answer that, you're both passionate for your jobs, obviously. You're working with people, you're saving lives, and there has to be some resolve. So Sam, or Mr. Hurley, Jay, Sam, could you please comment on that? And I'd like to hear from Mr. Bradshaw also.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is significant overlap between the commission and the board. The strategic planning process is defined in such a way that it literally goes step by step through the evaluative process to understand our system and the needs of our system. We're supposed to have a draft in November of our final report that includes recommendations for legislative changes. Ideally, we would be able to hand that to this commission to say, here are the ideas that the 18-member EMS board, comprised of many of the same folks, have developed. And as part of that strategic planning process, it includes legislators. So I want to make sure that we don't get caught up with the people on the commission can't be involved with this process before them. They can. It's just the commission in and of itself, which is now limited to 6 meetings, wouldn't start until November 1st. They could be involved. We are begging you to be involved in the strategic planning process, begging you to be involved, because we absolutely need legislators at the table. But we just want to make sure that those 6 meetings that are now defined are saved for once you have the meat behind what the board thinks, what the board feels are the changes. That's really what we're going after with the November 1st, is that you'll have some meat on the bones that you can go as policymakers and say, let me go change this statute here, here, and here, because this is going to help the board implement X, Y, and Z. That's the real objective here. We're not trying to prevent people from getting caught up to speed. We want them to be actively participating in the strategic planning process. It's a public process, deliberately. And we have explicitly written in the involvement of hospital administrators, which are also on the commission, and county leaders, municipal leaders, and we have legislators written into our process. So it's just trying to make sure that the commission is doing the public, is involved in our process, but then they're able to take the torch and go forward. That's really where we're going with this.
Madam Chair, I'd like to have a response from Mr. Bradshaw regarding
Yes,
that
please.
same question. Mr. Bradshaw?
Thank you, Senator. I think that Sam and I are so much more aligned than different in this, that it's really striking. I do think that there may be a little bit of confusion, and what I'm working from is the contract that Maine EMS has with the consultant, which says that the final strategic plan will be ready November 1st. So the contract actually has an initial findings report in June, has a foundational plan in August, with a draft strategic plan in August. So, the final version will be coming in November. And, one of the advantages of our association is when we're having our conversations, it's somewhat informal, and we try to say, okay, realistically, how's this going to play out? And we believe realistically, all of you who are running for re-election are going to be pretty busy between September and November. And so we think that having fewer meetings is probably good. We think that 6 is an adequate number to bring people up to speed. We're not looking to make people in-depth subject matter experts, but we'd like you to be familiar with the terms and the presentations when they are presented to you. I don't see that as competing at all. And the reality is that, our association is not listed in the Maine EMS strategic plan, but we're going to be there. And we know that there are others that are going to be in both. And you know what? I believe we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And I believe that we can do this successfully on a parallel process. And there are not going to be meaningful, substantive, action items that are going to be presented to you until the end of the year. So, and I think that the commission is a group of reasonable people who are not going to come up with ideas that are going to be in conflict, because we want everybody to come together to you in the next session, side by side, working on this. So I believe that we really are together. I believe that we can do this. I believe that we can start now. And so that after the election, which is when you'll realistically start working on the action items, is a perfect time to do this. Presentation to you, to your committee, back at the beginning of the 131st, and we'll keep going from there. So I really believe that we are a lot more aligned than it may sound, but I really strongly believe that we've got to start now, because we want to bring people up to speed on the type of policy issues that they're going to be facing.
Wow. I think that was the best question of the day and the best answer. So you are on the same page. So I appreciate that. And I thank you for indulging me in asking that. Now it's clearer for me. So thank you.
Great. Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to support this bill. I don't want to see a lot of overlap. I don't want to see two separate groups come up with two competing ideas of where they want things to go. If we can get if this commission goes forward, if we can get people from the EMS to be part of it, so that one group can go back to their other group and say, this is what we talked about, what do you think? And try to come up with one plan. I just don't want to try to reinvent the wheel twice, because you know as well as I do, trying to get 40 people to agree on something, when you have two different groups, it's almost impossible.
Yes, let's have the sponsor respond to that question from Representative Newman.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. Representative Newman, you're exactly right. And that is why, working with Mr. Bradshaw, we made sure that in this amendment that you're looking at, that communication was spelled out. And so as you've heard, we can't wait. This is not duplicative. Director Hurley would be on the Blue Ribbon Commission. His role would be on the commission. So he's informing this work as it takes place. It's not competitive at all. We want to get legislation in as quickly as possible for the 131st. So Representative, in the amendment, as I pointed out, we have put in the duties that there will be this ongoing communication so that we don't miss anyone. And it's a crisis. We got to get to work now. But thank you for the question. And thank you for the indulgent, Madam Chair.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Senator DeChambeau was on before me. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, I think she just didn't put her hand down yet.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry.
I just didn't want to be, I wanted to be a gentleman.
Thank you. Very appreciated, Senator Searway.
All right, well, the question I have in this, and I guess go to Brent Libby on it. I'm on the fire commission, and I can't imagine going to two fire commissions and not talking about the same thing or similar. And then as far as the bills, I know the fire commission, we have emergencies too. I mean, we have a lot of situations like training centers and the LoSAP, all that stuff. So it's all being worked on together besides policy. And I just don't see having two commissions to do the same work. And I just cannot fathom with the same people in it what we're doing here. And if we did that to all the committees out there, I think we'd be really heading into a lot of wasted time and expense. So it's just, that's my feeling. So that's where I'm at. Thank you. I don't know what your thought, Brent Libby on that part?
Yeah, I think in some ways there will be some difference. And as it moves forward, I think there will be a good alignment. My concern is, and certainly I've heard, different intent compared to what's written of how this would work. And that is reassuring that if, it takes some time to get people up to speed and going, then, that certainly is one thing. My greatest concern is, 2 meetings happen and the Blue Ribbon Commission has come up with 5 different things to take place. And we're still trying to get feedback from the stakeholders and providers on the strategic planning side. And, as you mentioned, Senator, trying to get everybody involved and trying to get people to respond to surveys or go to the meetings and have the interaction is hard enough. So to try and be doing things in tandem is not going to be successful on one or the other, or even both. But I think, again, legislatively on the fire side, we know that we can go to the Fire Commission and move those things forward. And I think that the Blue Ribbon Commission will have a very similar role. I think we just need to make sure that we're doing things and the timing is right so that it's all going in one smooth process and not competing.
Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like Representative Newman, I want to support this bill, but in its current form, I don't believe that I can. I would support it if we went with the suggestion of Mr. Hurley of making the date the beginning of November, so that they have a chance to continue working as to what they're doing and then bring the commission in after that. Other than that, I think it is a waste of time and a waste of money prior to that. So that's where I stand on it. I would go along with it if we move the date out, but other than that, I can't support it the way it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out, I've been listening a lot about the idea of having, more voices to address a crisis. I don't see it as competing. I see it as adding value to new ideas for the crisis. And so I just wanted to put that out, that we will likely get more things done more quickly, having more people working together and collaboratively. The second point I want to make with this bill is that it names EMS as essential services, and we have to do that in the state of Maine, and we have to do that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I agree. I see the Blue Ribbon Commission as doing exactly what Mr. Bradshaw said, getting a lot of folks up to speed with possibly some jargon, possibly some new program ideas, getting everybody up to speed, and then everybody's on the same page. And I can't see how they're competing. And I agree also with Mr. Bradshaw that it doesn't seem likely to me that a group of professional first responders are going to come up with drastically different ideas. It doesn't seem like that's probably a possibility. So getting folks ready to serve and do work starting in November seems like a really proactive way to start reacting to an emergency situation that we have in Maine right now. And I think it's also really important what my colleague just highlighted, which is that voting for this bill means naming emergency medical services as an essential service in Maine, which I think we also need to make sure that we do. So that's where I'm at. I see no more hands. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any more discussion before we call for a vote? Looks like there isn't. Deb, would you call the roll?
Certainly. We're voting on LD 1988. The motion is ought to pass as amended. Motion by Representative Pluker and seconded by Representative Morales. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales votes yes. Representative Reckitt. I'll come back. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner votes yes. Representative Pickett. Representative Pickett.
No.
Representative Pickett votes no. Representative Costain.
No.
Representative Costain votes no. Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Rudnicki votes no. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Newman votes yes. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker votes yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
No.
Senator Searway votes no. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau votes yes. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt votes yes. That's 7 yes, 4 no, and 2 absent.
Great. Thank you very much, Deb. Thank you to Mr. Petrie, Director Hurley, Mr. Bradshaw, Chief Libby. Thank you all for being here and helping us through this. Jane is going to know what the ought not to pass report is.
Well, it was a no vote. Is that ought not to pass or is
Yeah,
it?
That's,
something else?
that would be ought not to pass only because we believe that the other commission, the other study should have a chance to finish theirs and then be reviewed at that time.
Thank you.
So now we're moving on to LD 1446, the final bill of the day, and it, yes, Senator. Yes.
I'm sorry, I just got called into government oversight, so I'm going to be heading there. Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
LD 1446, and we have the sponsor here, Representative Pluker. And this bill is, Mr. Tartikoff is the analyst for this bill.
Did you want me to present or do you want Mr. Tartikoff to go first?
Totally up to you as the sponsor. What's your pleasure?
Has the committee reviewed the letter from Lauren LePage that was sent out last night? I guess that's the most current up-to-date situation where we're at to try to wrap our heads around this.
Yeah, I did.
I have.
Okay.
Does anybody need that? Or is it looks like everybody has it? Okay.
And I don't believe I see here in the attendees. Okay.
She was going to be attending. I don't know if she was here or not.
She had mentioned it to me, but I don't see her just yet. So we're in a situation where we have, I'll start off with this bill came to me because my town manager came to me and said she wanted to get the help from the state police in issuing these concealed weapons permits. Completely, it started off as I didn't know what I was walking into. And here we are in the middle of the concealed weapon permit rules. I think in the process of doing that, what we've uncovered is that 1/3 of the concealed weapon permits that the state is issuing are being issued to people who are not in the state. And this is overwhelming the Maine State Police in their efforts to do this work. Especially these non-resident permits are difficult because they're having to contact agencies in other states, get them to respond. And we also have a statute of, I'm calling it statute of limitations, but we have a limit on how long they have before they can respond to these requests. They're overwhelmed. They do not want to expand their mission in terms of taking on more work because they are already overwhelmed with all of these non-resident permits. The other issue that we've uncovered is that there are approximately 70 towns in the state of Maine which are not currently abiding by federal law, in that they do not have access to non-public information that has to do with people's mental health or restraining orders or protections from abuse or those kinds of things. So we have problems. The potential fallout from that really is the fact that we have reciprocity with, if I'm remembering correctly, 26, 27 other states that will be threatened if those other states find out that we are in contradiction to federal law with our concealed weapons permits. So we have a real issue that needs to be resolved from multiple fronts. I have worked with Maine State Police, worked with Maine Municipal Association, and now most recently working with NRA and SAM, of course, Sportsman Alliance of Maine, to try to find something where all of the stakeholders can come together and support some sort of resolution. And I have been unable to find something that everyone can work together on. Currently, for those of you who have, I see Lauren LePage is here, so I'll let her present her letter to us last night. Maine State Police is clear that if we remove the requirement for them to issue non-resident permits, then they will no longer, that is reducing their workload by more than a third because those non-resident permits are so difficult for them to chase down and to get the background checks on. At the same time, MMA is very excited about reducing the liability to their towns because they're going to be issuing the permits in conjunction with the law enforcement database and law enforcement officers. And so they'd also like that. And then at this point, I think we should ask Ms. LePage to present her letter and where she's at so we can try to find some sort of resolution that a majority of our committee can support.
Thank you, Representative Pluker. Very helpful rundown. And welcome, Ms. LePage. It's good to see you. And would you be able to fill us in?
Yeah, briefly, I'll be very brief because I think our email kind of summarized our concerns with the bill. I was able to have a very productive conversation with Representative Pluker earlier this week. And I think I have not connected directly with MMA, but certainly would be willing to engage in a conversation with them as well. So just very briefly, one of our concerns is just sort of the language in the amendment that says that municipal officials may designate an issuing authority. In the event that that doesn't happen, there is sort of a situation where if they just fail to do that, where do people go to get their concealed carry permits? Does that stall the whole system without sort of an affirmative? Municipalities will designate an issuing authority. The second one was just as a matter of principle, changing the amount of time it takes to process a permit from 30 to 60 days. You know, does 60 to become 90? Does 90 become 120? And sort of that sort of creeping statutory deadline that just keeps getting extended and extended. And then thirdly, we are opposed to removing the non-resident permit just as a matter of whole cloth. But that being said, we do, you know, I did speak to the state police as well, and it is a capacity issue for them. So we would certainly be interested in having conversations on potential solutions without having to wholly remove non-residents. But aside from it's not a public hearing, so I'll refrain from really sort of giving you a whole debrief of the email because I trust you all received it, and that's sort of our position on it. So without taking too much time, that's kind of where we're at on it. But happy to continue discussions, and want to thank Representative Pluker for being so incredibly responsive.
Thank you very much. Any questions for either Ms. LePage or Representative Pluker? Yes, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just asking Lauren, would raising a cost fee for the non-resident be one way to take care of this on that part of it.
I would, so I'm not going to speak on behalf of the state police because I think that they're kind of the ones that have to speak to their own capacity issue. That is something that we would be willing to come to the table and discuss and entertain. We think it's probably a better solution and sort of gets them a little bit more revenue to support their efforts. But I'm not the appropriate one to answer in terms of whether or not that would solve their capacity problem.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Just thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lauren, for being here. On your first point about what you talk about the designation, can you dig into that a little deeper? What do you see a pathway to make that right in the bill?
I do. I think that just, I think some affirmative language saying municipalities will appoint an issuing authority would sort of take away they may or may not do it. I think if it was more of a command, then that certainly means that there's going to be an issuing authority and people are going to know where they need to go to get their concealed carry permits. So that would solve our problem with sort of the you may or may not language there.
Thank you.
Great. And Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last time we were having this discussion, basically my objection was on the non-resident. I can't get on board with this unless we find a way to be able to issue permits to people that have substantial ties to Maine. So if somebody moves to Florida when they retire, lives down there for 7 months, comes back here and owns property and wants to be here all summer and decides they want a permit, they should be able to get a permit through the state of Maine.
Yes, I remember that came up, and let me turn to Representative Pluker for both of those issues. So first, the authority issue raised by Lauren LePage, and secondly, the question raised by Representative Newman.
Yep, and I've been trading emails back and forth with Attorney Tartikoff this morning, talking about the will language, and I'm very open to that. And I think in a moment we should probably have our analysts talk about that and the impacts of that. And then in terms of raising the fees on out-of-state residents, so that I would assume that some of the workload would go down at that point, and then we can target those towards staffing the office of a majority of us on board. And so I'd turn the conversation to Attorney Tartikoff to discuss the will language.
Great. Bill, I lost you for 1 second. Maybe it was my internet kind of bottomed out. Second point that you said?
The second point is raise the fees on non-residents so that we can fund a position so the office is properly staffed to handle the workload.
Thank you very much. Okay, and Attorney Tartikoff?
So what we discussed, actually it might be helpful if I shared here. I think the issue can fairly easily be addressed for a municipality with a full-time chief of police by just saying that it's the chief of police unless the municipality designates the sheriff and the sheriff agrees. It's a little trickier for a municipality without a full-time chief of police. I think you may be stuck with a situation where either you just force them to have the state police be the issuing authority, or you direct them to make one of those two choices, the sheriff or the state police. And you may still have a situation where the municipality, despite that requirement, does not act. And there's a period where there is no clear issuing authority.
Great, thank you. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Just make sure I have a lot of problems with this, many of which got solved along the way and some of which have not. I think I might have been the person who said, why in the hell are we issuing permits to out-of-staters? Because we're underwater, we can't issue the permits that need to be issued. And so why are we spending Maine taxpayer monies to fund the process to let out-of-staters get concealed weapons permits when they don't need them in Maine? I'm sympathetic, however, with Representative Newman's issue around part-time residents. And I think that could be figured out in a way that doesn't cause us to issue a third of our permits out of state at a cost to us that's not being funded by anybody. But in order to figure that out, I need to know what is it actually costing the state? How many out-of-state permits are being issued? I think we got that figure at some point. But what I want to know is what exactly is it costing the state if we had the capacity to do it, which we really don't. We're just, I don't know where we're taking the people from, but it's not because we have enough staff at DPS to do this. So we're taking away resources from DPS that could be maybe, God forbid, be on patrol on 295 after 11 o'clock at night. Excuse me. And so we're diverting resources to trying to investigate out-of-state permit requests. Call me crazy, but I don't really care about who gets a permit from out of state. Let them pay for it, what it costs, if we can figure out what it costs. But I think it's going to be substantially more than we're charging them right now. And frankly, I wouldn't mind if we charged them even more than that. But the point is, I think we cannot continue, in my brain, to continue to subsidize people who are not from Maine, with the caveat that I want to figure out a solution for Representative Newman's issue. But, you know, I don't know why the citizens of Maine should pay for out-of-staters the process fees to get concealed weapons permits. It doesn't make any sense to me, and it feels wrong. So that's my bottom line position. In terms of who's going to issue these permits in the towns, I'm very worried about the small towns that don't have the full-time police departments or don't have sufficient capacity in the police department to do it in the timeframes that have been laid out, or even to do it, period. So we're going to either lay that work on the state police. So God forbid we should take work off of them, going to give them more. If they can't do that in a way that is responsible, because in reality, part of the reason we wanted it shifted when a department was one officer, two officers, so that they could have the time to do the appropriate background criminal records, whatever the heck has to be done to clear somebody for a concealed weapons permit. You can tell I don't apply for them, so I don't know what the application even looks like. But I have heard from law enforcement during our hearing that it's a substantial amount of work, particularly for out-of-staters, because you got to go past our borders to get the information. So my bottom line is I don't want to use state dollars to subsidize the concealed weapons permits of out-of-state people, period, with the exception of whatever we do to solve the Representative Newman problem, which I think must be able to be solved in a simpler way than to issue a third of our permits to out-of-staters in order to make sure that Representative Newman can still get his. There's got to be a simpler way. So anyway, that's my position, period. So depending on what the bill ends up saying at the end of the day today, it's quite likely I won't vote for it unless there's a solution to this problem.
Thank you, Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Pluker.
I might have lost my place. I was going to say, what was I going to? It was insightful. I'll come back to it. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will just say that I don't have any problem at all with what Representative Galgay-Reckett. I see you, Representative Pickett. Please don't wave at me. I don't have any problem at all with what Representative Galgay-Reckett said about finding out what does it actually cost to do these out-of-state permits and actually charging that amount. And I actually had a conversation with Representative Costain and Representative Pickett about that the other day. And I agree that, we don't look at the prices in other states before we go there, right? We go there because we want to go there. So just for the record, I would agree with increasing if that was something we were talking about. Representative Pickett.
I'll stop waving.
Thank you, because I see you. You have a little hand up there. I can totally see you.
I actually have two things. First thing for Dan, I wanted to, so correct me again if you're saying that we can take care of that, that designation by replacing the word may or shall will. You made us up a couple of suggestions, but that can be taken care of easily, correct?
It can be addressed. I don't think you can. The issue is the municipalities that don't have a police chief. And so what the agreement was in the prior amendment was to have those municipalities make one of two choices, either to designate the state police, which the state police is now required to agree to, or to designate the county sheriff if the county sheriff agrees. So those municipalities cannot continue to use non-law enforcement municipal officers.
So those unorganized territory, those places like that, they would have the choice of asking the state police, and if they were not able to get the state police, to ask the sheriff. Either or, they could choose who they wanted to, but there's nothing that says that it could end up that neither one of them take it. There'd be nothing that we could do about that, correct?
Well, so just to be clear, they're organized areas. The unorganized areas are designated in statute to have
as state
police serve. Yeah.
Okay. So the organized places. Okay.
Right. And so the change from the current law requires the state police to agree to be designated as issuing authority. The change to this is if a municipality requests it and they don't have a chief of police, the state police has to agree. And so they would have the option of having the state police serve, and the state police would have to serve, or they could talk to the county sheriff, and if the sheriff agrees, then the county sheriff could be the issuing authority. So I suppose you could put, for those towns, you could say they have to designate an authority, but there's no default. Unless you wanted to say, without having that whole, because either the sheriff designation or the MSP designation requires a written agreement that sets out the terms of that designation. And so you couldn't really say it's just the state police unless you want to get away from that agreement that allows them to revoke it later. So I think the issue can be mostly addressed. I don't know if you can say definitively that you won't have a situation where you go to some municipality and there is no issuing authority at present.
Yeah, and that is a real issue, because I would hate to see any law-abiding citizen that wanted to permit not be able to get one because of that reason. That would in our own state, that's problematic to me. Madam Chair, the only thing I would say is on the other issue that we talked about at the State House during session. I look here in Lauren LePage's letter to us, and in that last item where she says, lastly, the bill removes the ability for a non-resident, goes on and on. Then it says, the revenue is currently applied to the expenses of administration incurred by the state police under state statute. So the revenue for the non-resident licenses is already being applied to them to help them with the administration of taking care of that. Is that correct, Mr. Tarkoff?
So it's set out in statute how the revenue is used. Here, I can actually share it with you.
What my point is, and why I wanted to know that is.
So what this appears to show is if the chief of police is the issuing authority as a designee, then it retains a portion of the fee. If they're the issuing authority for any of the others, then the entire fee is applied to the expensive administration incurred by the state police.
Yeah, and that's what I believe what that's talking. So that's why I personally do not have any problem at all if we want to keep the non-resident in there of raising the fee for the non-resident, not the resident, the non-resident, because that all of that fee is going into that funding mechanism there and stuff. So they are actually, by raising that, we are putting a funding in there, and it's not on the backs of the taxpayers here in the state, if that's helpful.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you. Yes, that point on how to resolve the question of may versus will designate the issuing authority was what I was going to talk about previously, where I lost my train of thought. So my idea was that they may designate an issuing authority if they do not have a municipal chief of police, but if they do not, after a set period of time, then it automatically becomes the state police, which becomes this issuing authority. So even if the municipality did not take action, the state police automatically assume authority. And then the residents who would otherwise have been left without access to a permit because of inaction by the municipality would have access because they could just call it the state police. I guess I had another recommendation, but I'd like to hear Attorney Tartikoff's response to that first before I go on.
Yeah, I mean, I see no reason why you couldn't direct that in statute. From a practical standpoint, I don't know if that would create issues for the state police, because there would be situations, I suppose, where a resident of some municipality goes to into town and asks how they're supposed to apply for a permit, and they're told to go to the state police, and the state police says, well, why are you asking us for a permit? So the state police would have to have some sort of knowledge, or they'd have to perform some sort of investigation to determine that there hasn't been a designation. So from a practical standpoint, I don't know if that would present issues, but I can certainly put that into statute if that's what the question is.
I think this covers 99.9% of the time, because a municipality that does nothing, there's still issuing permit or issuing authority. And the Maine State Police certainly has the ability to call the town and say, do you have your own issuing authority? And they would say yes or no. And then they say no, and then you're the issuing authority. And that would be difficult probably on the part of the Maine State Police. But the part that we're going to try to make it better for the Maine State Police is by giving them more money and hopefully more positions. So in last year, there were 1,661 non-resident permits issued by the state police. The current fee for a non-resident permit is $60. And a round number is to go to $160 for a non-resident fee, which would increase the funding to that department by, if I'm doing my math correctly, $160,000. So I think the next question would be, I suspect from my conversations with the Maine State Police, they're not excited about increasing the amount of work that department has to do. But if as a committee, we have some agreement that the increasing the personnel in the office is the best way to go, then I would recommend calling in Lieutenant Stevenson to say exactly how many positions would you like and how much money would you like us to send to you.
Great. Thank you, Representative Pluker. I have Representative Galgay-Reckett and Representative Pickett.
Well, I think that Representative Pluker just answered my question. And the secondary question is, what is it going to cost the state police? And then make sure that that can be covered in the $166,000. Although there may be some sense that if the out-of-state permit cost is $160, there may be less of them issued.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Representative Galgay-Reckett, and we're definitely going to bring in Lieutenant Stevenson. Representative Pickett.
Yeah, and going back to the will or shall and that offer, authorized issuing authority. Mr. Tartikoff, you talked about, when we talked about a fix for that, you also, and I think, I actually think it was Representative Pluker, when he was just talking there, he talked about a specific amount of time. If they didn't do it for a specific amount of time, then it would automatically go to the state police or something along those lines. What were you thinking of for a time frame? Because I don't like the idea of somebody in a municipality throughout the state that has to wait to be able to get the same kind of service that anybody else throughout the entire state, unorganized territories and other places can get. So that time frame, I'm just wondering what you're thinking there, and because that really is problematic to me, that piece.
Was that a question to me?
Yeah, because you had made the comment.
Yep, I'm open to your recommendation. I think, a long enough period of time to not be a burden on our municipalities, and a short enough period of time that our residents get access to the permits. I'll throw 60 days out, but welcome to hear your thoughts.
Well, right now, if I'm correct, the bill wants to take, and I don't know if it still is or not, but wanted to take the 30 to 60 and then on a regular permit. Is that correct? A resident permit right now is how long?
The resident permit, you have 60 days. Oh, sorry, 60 days for a non-resident and 30 days for a resident permit. But
Right.
those are different numbers. The number we're talking about now is how long it takes for the municipality to identify an issuing authority and come to an agreement before it's automatically taken over by the Maine State Police.
And there's no number in law and statute on that right now.
No, this is a brand new idea. So I'm open to
I'll wait. Yeah, I was going to say, I'll wait for, maybe the lieutenant might have a suggestion on what a time frame might be, seeing it automatically, or it would appear it's going to affect him in the long run.
Definitely so.
Great. And Dan, did you have something before we hear from Lieutenant Stevenson?
Yeah, so one suggestion is we heard that there's approximately, I think, 70 municipalities that don't have a full-time police chief and don't have an existing designation of the state police. And it sounds like the goal for those municipalities is to allow them to designate the state police. So if the concern is that they don't do that designation, you could put in some unallocated language saying that until that designation is made, the state police will serve as the issuing authority. And so those residents can just go directly to the state police, and they'll probably most likely end up there once the designation happens. There's already language included in there to grandfather in the existing municipalities that have that designation. So you're probably talking about a pretty small pool of municipalities and municipal applicants, but I'm guessing there's some value in having an actual written agreement as set out in statute. But that's one option, is you could just have a default to the MSP unless the municipality decides to go with the sheriff.
Great. Okay, that clear to everyone? Okay, great. We've been joined by both Lieutenant Stevenson and Commissioner Sawchuk. And I know that Representative Pickett had some questions. I think it was you, Representative Pickett.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Stevenson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative.
I heard you was at a training earlier today.
I was,
Yep.
but it got done early, so
So you got
my
all
full attention.
you got all trained up so you could come back here to take us on.
Yeah, I wish the training was for testifying to legislation.
Okay, I'm sure you've been listening to our conversation, and and you're probably well aware in the conversations with the bill sponsor and with Lauren LePage and others, and those two things we're talking about there that directly involve you folks in the issuing authority piece there. that we just were talking about, and a time frame, something about if they don't do it, they shall, and if they don't, then it automatically would go to you folks or something, or however, I can let Representative Pluker tell you exactly what he was thinking, but I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that piece first, and then afterwards, after you go through that, maybe give us an idea on what your thoughts are of boosting the amount of money that it costs for an out-of-state permit, where that money goes directly into the expenses of the administration incurred by the state police. So if you could answer those two questions, if you would, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I think I understand your first question. The way that I understand the statute is that if a town does not have a police department, they have the opportunity to ask the sheriff's department to be their issuing authority. And if the sheriff's department says no, then the state police will be their issuing authority. Or they could bypass the sheriff's department altogether and just come to straight to the state police, and we will become their issuing authority.
And are you okay with that?
The way the amendment is written now, with the removal of the non-resident permits, that would have the impact on my unit would have been minimal, and we would be okay with that.
But if the non-resident stayed in the fray, that would be a different story, correct?
Yes, if the non-residents, which I was some testimony earlier about them requiring more work, which they do, stay, then we do not have the capacity. And I'm advocating for my employees here. We don't have the capacity to perform that, especially in a timely manner.
Okay, I'm all set. Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Stevenson, do you have a sense of what a position would cost if we wanted to add positions, office positions to your staff?
There was a fiscal note attached, I believe, last spring, but I know the commissioner is on, and I think he had some information regarding the positions.
Thank you.
Welcome, Commissioner Sawchuk.
Hello, Madam Chair, and thank you very much. I know this has been a lengthy conversation over a number of work sessions, and I wanted to kind of give Lieutenant Stevenson a hand here, I think. So just purely from a logistical standpoint, from an operational standpoint, this has been a simple mathematical formula for us from the beginning, right? The reality here is worst case scenario, we pick up 70 towns. And we pick up those 70 and we get rid of the 1,600 non-residents that we were happy to come in here. And we've had a multitude of conversations with Representative Pluker and others, because the math works out that there's zero fiscal note on this at all. We say, yes, that makes sense. The simple math there says that the unit as it currently exists can do that kind of work. If it doesn't, and that mathematical formula doesn't work anymore, and we keep non-residents, then as Tyler had mentioned, that's a lot more problematic from a staffing perspective. And if we talk about raising fees or whatever that looks like, when we have budget conversations, we've been asked to prioritize things. We've been asked, are we going to hire more officers, and where would we put them? I'll just be completely frank. I wouldn't put them in a unit where we're doing licensing work that's not required by law, right? A resident in the state of Maine is not required to have a concealed carry permit, but yet we're doing that work now because of decisions that were made by the legislature back in the day when all those changes occurred. We lost bodies, but yet the concealed carry permitting process continued on. So if you were going to ask me, would I want to spend law enforcement officer time conducting a permitting process that's not necessary, then I would say no. And we're happy to do it with that mathematical formula that we talked about. And we didn't want to be problematic because there's been a lot of work that's gone into this thing. That's why we thought we could cooperate and come in with no fiscal note, with a plus over here and a minus over there, and we're all good. But again, if you're going to ask me from a budgeting standpoint, where are my priorities, and would we add a position to do these kind of permits? I've got to say, I don't think that's a proper use of our time. And I think that answer is better coming from me than it is from Lieutenant Stevenson, which is why I asked for the link and jumped in and all that other stuff. So I appreciate that, and I'm happy to discuss that aspect of it. The nuts and bolts, how much time does a thing take, and all that's Lieutenant Stevenson and his unit can answer those questions. But I think that general system kind of question is probably better suited for me. So I do appreciate the opportunity to jump in for a second. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's very helpful. We have Representative Costain and Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. So my question would be is if, as you know, the reason why people are getting permits, Maine residents are getting permits, because the permits allow them to do things out of state, where I agree with you on the carry. The carry in Maine, we don't need permits, but that's why they're doing it. Yep. So, I mean, I would hate to see us do away with that. Although the same thing with the people that are coming into Maine. I mean, that's the reason why they're getting a Maine permit as well. So I say that if we're going to do it, let's charge them a substantial fee to do it, and add a couple positions to that unit and continue doing what we're doing. I mean, that's my thought process. And my second part of that would be, are these permits totally done by troopers, or are they done by administrative staff and troopers are overviewing the end product?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I'm sorry.
So that might be more for the lieutenant. Either one of you, I don't care who answers it.
No, I appreciate that. And just so I'm abundantly clear, I'm not here recommending that we get rid of the concealed carry permit process. It is what it is, and it's in the system, and we have the staff to do that as it currently stands for Mainers, right? I'm just coming back in. I understand why they want it to go out of state, and I completely get it. But when we look at how we run a unit like that, as you know, product in, product out, I'm just doing a simple mathematical formula and saying that it doesn't work as it currently stands. And then we go back to the positions. But I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Stevenson to talk about who's doing the work and what that looks like.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we have two administrative staff that process all the permits that come in, and a sergeant and half of a detective, not literally half, but half his time, was spent basically evaluating the permits that have issues, that are recognized to have issues. So that's what's current. Prior to 2015, I believe there were 4 admin staff or 5 doing the same job. And what's interesting is that, like I said earlier, we have the same amount of permits that we were getting back when there were 4 or 5 doing it. And one other thing I feel like is just worth mentioning, Maine does have reciprocity with a lot of states. So if you take the example that a Maine resident with strong ties to Maine moves to Florida and still wants a Maine permit, in that example, we accept Florida's permits. So that person in that specific example, obviously you can move to another state, but there are some other options. I just want all the information out there. Thank you.
Ma'am, one more follow-up.
Yes, please.
So if we were to look at what would a clerical position cost if we were looking at adding 2 or 3 positions to take care of the rest of the administrative, and went up $100, if it's $1,600 permit, that's $160,000 extra coming into your unit. Would that cover the 3 staff or 2 staff, or what would that cover?
If you don't have the fiscal note, I believe what was submitted was for a state police detective and this says 2 planning and research associates. The current positions are office associates, and that is a total cost of $309,447.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 questions, and it doesn't matter who answers them. When it comes to reciprocity, have you ever had any states change or back out of it so that if, say, somebody did move to Florida, they did get a permit down there? Who's to say down the road, maybe Florida and Maine wouldn't have reciprocity? And then the other thing is on renewals of permits. What happens to people from out of state when it comes time for renewals of permits on this?
So I'm happy to take that, Commissioner. It is possible. The reciprocity agreements are made from state to state, and ours are handled by our Attorney General's office, and they evaluate their permitting process, make sure it's substantially similar to ours, make sure that they accept ours, and then they establish the reciprocity. It is possible. We do get letters from other states asking if there's been any substantial change in your concealed handgun permit laws to analyze the reciprocity. But that is pretty much done year to year. Sorry. And on the renewal, the permit is good for 4 years, and they have to submit a renewal application to our office. It's very much like their original application. They just aren't required to show as much documentation.
Follow up if I could, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
So what happens if we do away with out-of-state permits and it comes time for somebody from out of state that wants to renew their permits, is what I was kind of getting at.
Yep, I think that's for you, Lieutenant Stevenson.
From what I understand, the permit is good, and then I would anticipate that once it expires, they don't have an option to get another permit.
Thank you.
All good, okay. Representative Galgay-Reckett, and then Senator Searway, please. Representative, you're on mute.
We're back to my being the pain in the butt that brought this up in the first place in terms of out-of-state permits. But it sounds to me from the dollar figures that I'm hearing is that we had been discussing in committee whether maybe adding $100 to each permit for out-of-staters would cover the cost. And it sounds to me like it would have to be $200 per permit added to cover the cost that you have outlined as needed. And I continue to say, why in the God's green acres are we putting this burden on the state police? I just don't understand it. And I think that it's, I mean, I would, if you put my back to the wall and you said we were going to charge even $250 per permit, maybe I'd go along. But I just don't want us to do it. It's just, I don't know what benefit it brings to Maine. As long as we're continuing to offer the concealed weapons permits to our residents, and we figure out a way that people who are part-time residents but legitimately tied to Maine can get a Maine concealed weapons permit, why do we care about the out-of-staters putting this burden on our state police who are already shorthanded? It seems to me, I remember, Commissioner Sostek, you saying that you're currently 30 officers down or something like that? Vacancies, I mean? Do you remember? Could I ask you what that figure was?
Yes, ma'am. So 20 troopers, I believe there's 3 sergeants and 2 corporals on top of that. So 25 total.
Right. So you got 25 vacancies. So you're going to go out and find 3 more people to work in the department to do this. It's crazy. If you find 3 more people, I want them in a useful role in the department for the citizens of Maine. It just doesn't even make sense to me any other way. So I'll be quiet now, but it's going to be hard for me to keep my mouth shut because it's generally hard to do that in general. But on this particular issue, it's particularly difficult.
Well, I just want to say, Representative Galgay-Reckitt, that I will be saying why in God's green acres, because I love that. That's very well said. And now we're going to move to Senator Searway.
So Lieutenant Stevenson, I was just asking about if you're saying over 300,000, it seems though that's up to almost $300 for a license, but anyway, I would also think that if it was $300 or $200, it would be kind of discouraging for out-of-staters, so it may cut it quite a bit of percentage on applicants. So I don't know if you'd need the two if you're increasing. I don't know if that's a factor, but I just thought that might be something to think about. So I just was wondering what you thought about that.
Senator, I don't know if I would guess. I've been in the unit for 4 years, and I'm still surprised at how many people get concealed handgun permits. So I wouldn't dare say it would go down if you charge them $500 for some people. And, and there are a lot of out-of-state people that this is very important for them to get reciprocity for other states. So I don't think I can answer that, sir.
Okay. Well, it kind of helps a little bit too, just knowing that that's important to them. So I appreciate you saying that.
So let me ask the question then. I mean, we just heard Lieutenant Stevenson say people out of state would pay $500. Why don't we make it something like $400 before we're even going to consider? So we have actual revenue for the state police before we're even going to consider continuing to do this that's costing the state of Maine money. I'm just struggling with, I mean, we're still continuing conversations to even give Commissioner Soschuk the staff that he's asked us for. And today we're having conversations about, we've already added 2 more people today on another bill. And now we're talking about adding more people. So that makes me struggle. But what if we charge something like $400 for out-of-state permits? Commissioner Soschuk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've half jokingly said this in front of the committee before, but my experiences with the state budget process is different now than it was 3 years ago, right? So let's say we increase the fee to $1,000. We've still got to come back in front of this committee and ask for additional bodies for this role. And I think these roles have to go through AFA, right? I mean, it's just because we have more money that comes in on the fee side doesn't mean that we're guaranteed to get positions, which is an ongoing concern for me. So the fee goes up, but folks may want to use that money in a different way. As AFA looks at the whole picture, they may say, geez, are we going to give the licensing unit 2 new associate 2s to deal with this? Or are we going to spend that money someplace else? And I don't know the answer to that. But as you said, Madam Chair, I mean, we were just in yesterday talking about positions, and I'm just concerned that that's great. We say that the fees go up, but that is zero guarantee at all that in fact that money's going to go towards the positions in this unit to do this work. That's just not the way. It hasn't been my budgeting experience. And everybody on this call has probably got more budget experience with the state than I do. But I do feel like I have to say that out loud in defense of the people that are doing the work down the hall here at 45 Commerce. So thank you.
No, I hear you. And that makes a lot of sense to me as well. Lauren, I'd like you to weigh in on this. So you guys have brought forward a letter which has caused a lot, we're having a lot of discussion, and I think it's very clear to you, this is putting a lot of pressure on our state police. Can you guys kind of back away from that position a little, knowing that this is, our committee is completely between two positions right now? And how can you help us out with that? If we give you some other things that you want, which Representative Pluker has been willing to do, can you help us help the state police?
I mean, I will say that for us, completely removing non-residents is just, there are so many people who are in Maine on a regular basis. I'm not sure how you would go about proving you had a close enough tie to Maine to qualify for a permit. That almost seems like it would be more work than just issuing a non-resident permit the way it is. So for that reason, an increase in a fee would be something that we would explore, but I don't see a viable way to reduce workload and limit permits for non-residents who have a significant tie without causing almost a bigger issue than just leaving them in there in hopes that a higher fee would reduce the number of people applying for a permit. That being said, I'm not an employee of DPS, so I'd welcome the commissioner or the lieutenant to sort of talk about that. But just as I think through it, it does seem like, you know, certainly preserving permits for people who have close ties to Maine, people who are here every weekend, people who spend significant time here would be something that we feel very passionate about. I'm just not sure how you would, through the bureaucratic process, separate those people from people who are completely non-residents. And then how many people, you know, is there a way of even knowing how many people are obtaining permits for reciprocity versus people who actually do have ties to Maine that are getting permits even though they're out of state? So I guess I would ask this, I would sort of, those are my initial off the cuff thoughts. I would certainly be interested in hearing from public safety in terms of how they think they would actually carve that piece out, but it seems like it would almost be more work than maintaining non-resident permits.
Commissioner, do you have a response to, oh, I'm sorry, I have Representative Pickett as well. Representative Pickett, are you okay with us going to Commissioner Sawstruck so that he can respond to that point?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate the question, Ms. LePage, as well. I do, you know, I may come out on this on the other side, right? I mean, the angle is, would it be more work? I think it would. I'm trying to process that in my head. What does that mean? You know, a close connection to Maine. I agree with you that I think that muddies the waters a little bit. And how do we actually determine that? But I think the next statement you said is, so that'd be more work than just leaving them in. And so on my end, I would say that's more work and we shouldn't leave them in. Because that's, again, that formula that we had in mind and that really we've had on the radar here for the last couple of weeks, I think, throughout all these conversations. So I guess I would just lean in that direction, but the shorter answer to that is I do think it would be more difficult to kind of parse that out for existing staff. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Pickett, please.
Yes, I think we have, when we think about the positions and the funding and how whether or not they would actually be funded, and if they would be funded, where they would go and where they would work and all this stuff, who'd have control over. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm missing something on that last point in Lauren's letter where it says the revenue is currently applied to the expenses of administration incurred by the state police under state statute. Expenses of administration incurred, the administration of that program. So if that $100, $200, $300, whatever it is, if that goes into that account, I mean, if it's for the fee of a concealed weapons permit, non-resident concealed, that's where that money has to go. The other side of that coin I see is this: that if all of a sudden we decide that we're going to take and count on that, and this might be where the commissioner is talking about, and I'm not understanding, and that is if we all of a sudden say, okay, we're going to charge $350, $400, whatever the case may be, for a non-resident license, And then we put these two positions in, or whatever we come up with to have to be able to administer the program. And then all of a sudden we find out that a lot of these people that just wanted that for other reasons decide, well, I want it, but not really want it that bad. And then we end up not being able to pay the fee of the people we put on because we don't get enough revenue. Now we got us in a bind there too. So I think that's the other side of the coin. Maybe that's what the commissioner was talking about. I'm not really sure.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Pickett. I have Representative Galgay-Reckett and then Representative Newman. Oops.
So now I'm back to the simple solution. Somebody needs to explain to me, and I'm staring at the concealed weapons laws in my hand, or the permit laws. Why in the God's world do we have concealed weapons permits in Maine if you don't need one? I mean, why are we issuing these at all? I mean, it doesn't even make sense to me. I mean, it makes less and less sense every time I read another line. So, you know, my only experience is that I remember years ago, I decided that the best way to have women stop being attacked on the streets of Maine was to make people think they had guns. So I was going to encourage a whole slew of women to get concealed weapons permits so that they could, you know, intimidate people, which of course didn't work out because the cost was too high. But it was a crazy idea in the first place. But the point is, I don't know why, if you don't need a concealed weapons permit in Maine, why do you get a concealed weapons permit? Why do we facilitate people getting a concealed weapons permit? Really, seriously. I mean, if they want it because they have to have it in some other state, then great, charge them $1 gazillion in their travel budget. But, you know, I don't understand. I mean, if we don't need them in Maine, why are we issuing them? End of my rant.
Thank you, Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Newman and then Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Getting back to when we were talking about not knowing how you'd find out who was substantially tied to the state. What if we put into statute somehow that, the only thing I'm really cared about is the Maine residents. The people who live in Maine now have paid taxes all their life and everything else. If they want to be able to do it, should be able to do it. So what happens is if we put into statute that if you've got a Maine permit and you retire to Florida or wherever, or New Jersey or Nebraska or wherever, when it comes time to renew it, we've got records in the state showing that you're a Maine resident. Why can't we just put in a statute that you can renew it indefinitely, you know, as long as you pass it, your checks, as long as you've been a resident of the state?
So who's that a question for? Oh, excuse me. You almost became a representative. Lieutenant Stevenson. Trust me, you don't want this job.
I'm 100% sure I don't want your job. So I can just speak for the state side. We would be able to tell that because of our system. My only concern that I would think a problem with that would be the hundreds of other towns. I don't know what kind of record systems they keep, and there is no interconnection communication between the towns and us. So if they had been, if we had been any issuing authority for a person and then they came back, we would be able to tell that. But I don't know how you would be able to tell the concealed handgun permit systems that other places use.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
What I'm getting at though is if as a Maine resident, I get a handgun permit, when I do the initial application, it's going to show I'm a Maine resident. So when I go to renew it, if I'm living in Nebraska, isn't it going to show that I was a Maine resident no matter who you go, what town you go to or whatever?
It would, and you may be able to tell from prior driver's license, but if you did an application to Portland police for a handgun permit, we at the state police don't have access to that application. So then if you were applying to us for a non-resident permit showing strong ties to Maine, we wouldn't have known that you even had a permit in Maine before.
Thank you.
Representative Pluker, it looks like Dan may have a solution to something that was asked. May I go to him? Okay, Dan.
Not a solution.
Oh, come on.
An issue, will you take that?
Yes.
There is a provision of the existing law that requires a permit holder when they change legal residence so that the issuing authority changes for them, they are required to notify the issuing authority within 30 days after making that change, and the new issuing authority will reissue them a new permit. If you don't do that within 30 days, the permit becomes invalid, but not specifically revoked. So in the situation that Representative Newman was talking about, if you are a Maine resident with a Maine issued permit and you move to Florida, you have a duty to contact the issuing authority and get a new permit issued to show that you'd be a non-resident permit. So I'm not sure without further changes to the law that you could incorporate that idea.
Thank you for that, Dan. Representative Newman, anything to follow up on that?
No, I'm all set at the moment.
Okay. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry to lead the committee through the quandary that I've been trying to wander through over the last year. I don't see, there is not a place where we're going to end up where I think both the NRA and the Maine State Police are going to end up in the same place. To me, it comes back down to, is there like a legislative will on this committee to take a clear stance one way or another? And I'd really prefer it to not be party line. If there was somewhere where we could end up, and I don't think we're going to have any unanimous vote out of this committee, but if there was a place where a majority of us wanted, either to support the Maine State Police position with non-resident permits, or if a majority of us wanted to support increasing the fees to fund positions for the Maine State Police, I'd be happy to go either way. And if we can't make that choice as a committee, if we can't kind of have the legislative will to make a choice, then I'm also open to leaving this killing the bill and I think we're going to see, eventually we're going to see repercussions of our current situation, and perhaps it can be addressed in future legislatures.
Thank you for that, Representative Pluker. And let's have folks weigh in. Representative Lookner and then Representative Pickett.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is an absolute morass, and I am agog that there is no central, like the state of Maine is issuing these permits, but we don't have a clue. The state doesn't have a clue who's getting them because it's all within the municipalities. And further, the state, we've decided in the past that we don't care if somebody's carrying a concealed weapon without a permit. So, this to me, it just seems like we need to do something needs to be done there, and something about especially the state needs to know who is issuing permits and who is getting permits, who is issuing and who is getting permits. That seems to be the only way to fix this. So I don't know. There's not an easy solution there. I think we just, authorized DPS to get some extra positions, to do some extra tracking around something completely unrelated. That to me seems the solution, that DPS needs that authority or that ability to understand where these concealed weapons permits are going. And in that case, I could absolutely, if it were doable, I could get on board with what Representative Newman's saying, because that seems Seems like a path forward, but this is astounding to me, and I guess I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Representative Lookner. Representative Pickett, then Senator Searway, and then Representative Rudnicki.
Yeah, I think we started this all out concerned about 70 towns, I believe it was, that didn't have any, that were possibly affected by this with not having a actual issuing authority or something like that. Am I right about that? Wasn't that where this whole thing started? Wasn't that the nucleus of what we wanted to make sure that some towns were having other, like somebody was having, okay, geez, we don't have the ability to go and get a background check, so we'll ask the neighboring town. Oh, they're willing to do it, so they'll do it for me. And we found out that that's not legal. You can't do that. And then the sheriff's department was doing some. Well, can't do that. So if we don't do anything else out of this bill, don't do anything else out of this bill, can we possibly figure out how to make sure that the ones in our state, the towns in our state, have the ability to have an issuing authority to not be hanging out there on a limb? I don't know how we do that, but if we could find a pathway to do that, that would be, I think, something that maybe in the 131st could be built upon or worked upon, and maybe maybe tweaked or whatever the case may be. But other than that, if we can't do something like that, there's too many of these moving pieces here and stuff here that, and I understand every one of them. I truly do. And I just really am having a hard time getting it to a point where I can get on board, other than for the main point that we tried to do in the first place. And I don't know if Representative Pluker would like to talk to that or not.
Representative Pluker, would you like to respond to that?
And I like that idea, and I hadn't thought of it yet. If we take the Maine State Police out of the conversation and just give municipalities the authority to designate a neighboring town's police department as an issuing authority, or they also have the authority to designate a sheriff as an issuing authority if it's agreed to by the other town or agreed to by the sheriff, then that, I don't think that's going to affect all 70, but there does give an avenue out for some of those 70.
And I think before we do that, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, that we might want to just hear what Rebecca has to say on that with Maine Municipal, to make sure we're not, because I know she was really big in identifying those towns and stuff too, and see what her thoughts are, if that's okay with the bill sponsor.
I think that's a great idea. I'd like to hear from the others that we have in line first, but we can definitely bring in Ms. Graham. Deb, if you could do that. Senator Searway.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking outside of the box a little bit. I got thinking about permitting, licensing, and stuff like that, and I was thinking, as far as budgets, I understand where the commissioner's coming from on his budget and whatever, and I was wondering about inland fisheries and wildlife doing it, because they do permitting for moose, permitting for deer, they do the lottery, they do the whole works. And it seems like this could be something that if we put the funds towards that, it pays for itself, kind of just like what inland fisheries and wildlife does. They all those licenses and permits pays for them to be around, basically. So I don't know what's your thoughts on that, Commissioner, but it's just a thought. It seems like it almost fits.
Commissioner, would you weigh in on that idea?
I will give it a shot, Representative. I mean, I don't know enough about their processes and how much money they're making and how many permits they're issuing a year. I think that's a far, far larger process than with a lot more people involved than what we're talking about here. So I guess I don't know enough, and you're never going to get a lie out of me. I don't know. I don't know what they do over there. I don't know how much money they're making. I'm not sure how they're setting it up. So I would hate to give you bad information or give you an opinion on something I'm not overly familiar with. So I do apologize in advance.
But does it sound like it's something that could potentially work? I mean, if it would take it off the realm of public safety, but also it would be a permitting process. And I almost think that it might fit better. That's all.
If the question is, should the IF&W issue concealed carry permits? I mean, we could discuss that. Don't tell Commissioner Camuso that. I'm just kidding, obviously. I am not suggesting that in any way, shape, or form. So no, again, I'll go back and just say I don't know enough about that to give you an answer, sir. So I apologize. I also apologize to Commissioner Judy Camuso.
Raise your eyebrows anyway.
Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are a lot of stakeholders in and around this, and it sounds like Representative Pluker has really been working with different people all along. And in its current form, I can't support this. But, and I'm not a fan of study groups, but it sounds to me like that's really where this needs to go. Let's study the whole system, study, how it's working within the different departments that are currently handling it. Years ago, I had a concealed weapons permit. I actually felt it was on my end was a pretty easy process, but it sounds to me like it's not an easy process with what has to go in on the backside of this. But if we did a study group and brought the stakeholders together to work on this, figure out the best advantage. I mean, you've got, like what Senator Seaway just said, there are different options that could be going, but to just pass this for the sake of it, and I'll tell you right now, I'm not a big fan of study groups, but it sounds to me that we either leave things like they are, or we see if we can make it a little bit better without just throwing a bill at it. That's my opinion, and I thank Representative Pluker. It sounds like he's done an awful lot of work, but I still think there's more to be done. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rudnicki. Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to, and I don't even remember at this point what representative said it, but the fact of taking it and not sort of leaving everything in place and adding more towns. I would have to say, I don't know how the state police are going to handle that if we don't give them any more people. It sounds like we said we were going to leave it the way it is, but give the authority for the towns to either pick the state police or the sheriff's office or a neighboring town to do it. But if the state police had to pick up 30 towns or 40 towns, they're going to be in a situation again where they don't have the manpower to do it. So I don't know that I'm for that without giving them some manpower. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Costain. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Well, I'm not as adamant a opponent of study groups as Representative Rudnicki, but I would object to pushing this onto a study group and leaving the state police holding the bag here. I mean, if we put a moratorium, let's say, on out-of-state permits and had a study group, I could deal with that. And we come up with a solution that may or may not include out-of-state permits. But if we don't do anything about that, the state police are going to continue to go underwater. And I'm not for that. Although if we could do a fast study group that had to report by the end of the year so that we could do something right away, the beginning of the year, I'd be willing to support that as a concept, but not unless we put a moratorium on out-of-state permits and stop the burying of the state police with that problem. So that's where I think that's where I'm at. Although I hadn't thought about it until Representative Rudnicki brought up the idea. So anyway, and we don't agree a lot, she and I, you may have noticed. So, but I'm not opposed to that. I think it's a good idea. But I don't think it's a good idea if the state police are going to keep going under while that's going on.
I really like the idea of a resolve to study the issue. I share your concern, Representative Galgay-Reckitt, about the state police, but let's just remember, they didn't come to us asking for a solution. They have not come to us asking for any solution, and they have not offered a solution. So I don't think that they're drowning as much as we maybe think they are right now, but if we put a lot more on them, I think they would be drowning. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. And somebody tell me if I am. I'm also saying that because procedurally, I don't know how you do a policy and do a resolve to create a study group at the same time. I think a resolve to create a study group is a cleaner effort. If it's something we can all get behind. Commissioner, am I wrong about the fact that if you guys were drowning in a way that you can't hold on until January, you would have brought the issue to us?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. I mean, whenever we ask for new positions or new initiatives, we're prioritizing the work across the board. I will say, however, that we have offered solutions. We have been part of this conversation. We did offer that mathematical formula that I think would work and allow for us to expand 70 and get rid of the non-residents. This is, again, it's not a philosophy style conversation here for us. This is just logistics. This is a math problem. So, and I think we have been to the table. I appreciate, I can't tell you the number of times that Lieutenant Stevenson has talked to Representative Pluker about this, and they've been great. I mean, we've been able to kick these things around and work with them with MMA and others. But no, we're not going to drown before January. But if you add 70 towns on top, that is certainly problematic for us.
Let me correct myself, Commissioner. I find I do this a lot. I did not mean to imply that you were not at the table. What I was saying was you aren't the one who brought this bill to us. That's all I was saying. We brought this bill on ourselves. It was our legislative, it was Bill. It was not you. It was Bill. That's what I was saying. That I think that if you were dying with this issue, you would have brought it to us to ask for a solution. That's all I was saying. Who do I have? Representative Costain, Representative Newman, Representative Pickett.
So I'm all set. I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not real big on resolves, but I'm in favor of maintaining the status quo the way it's set up right now. Do the resolve, study it. Maybe in the meantime, MMA can send out a questionnaire to the towns that don't have police departments and stuff, and have them make a choice as to they want to have their, who's going to do their stuff for them. So we have an idea of number wise, who's going to get what towns, and then come back. And I'd actually like to hear from Rebecca and see what they have to say since we brought her in.
Yes, please. Thank you so much for reminding me. Let me just get through our line of people, and then I definitely want to hear from Ms. Graham as well. Representative Pickett and Representative Pluker.
Yeah, this is number 2 for Rebecca. I've been waiting in the waits for asking to bring her in. I'd like to get her in here as soon as possible.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. She is here. Representative Pluker.
And just the quick comment that MMA did do a survey last fall. And so Ms. Graham can speak to that when she comes in.
Great. She is in the room. Ms. Graham, are you able to join us?
Hi there. Sorry, I hope you don't mind if I don't start the video because I'm actually in a doctor's appointment listening to you.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Graham.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine.
We don't mind at all.
This is an important issue. And so thank you for asking. To speak to Representative Newman's question, we did ask that question on the survey that we did this summer. And it was about 50-50. With towns deciding, those particular towns deciding whether or not they wanted state police to automatically take it off. And a lot of them wanted status quo, but they also didn't understand the scope of the the failure to meet current statute. So of those, it was pretty much 50-50. We thought at least providing the sheriff, and that may be what they were speaking to. Some of those towns are using the sheriff's department for that service. And we wanted to make sure that they were able to maintain that and have that choice, and also to cover those sheriffs who have so kindly decided to help out their communities. And I'm sorry, I didn't actually catch the other questions if I did not address them.
Great. Representative Pickett has a couple questions for you.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. I had just said that the bill sponsor was trying to bring this around to a place where we could at least move something out of committee with some kind of, not necessarily a unanimous, but at least some solid bipartisan support with it. We've been all over the place with that. And my question was, I think the crux of this at the very beginning was the 70 towns that were identified and the issues that was going on there. So if we were to try to just deal with that one issue there without going into the other state permits on non-resident permits and all that stuff, do you see any pathway forward for that we could do something that would alleviate that and bring those entities that are kind of setting out on the limb waiting for the branch to get broken off, and sometimes on their own, and sometimes maybe because they just don't know any better, or whatever the case may be. Because if we can't come up with something to deal with that, which was the real crux, I believe, when this whole thing started, then I think maybe Representative Rudnicki has got the right idea, and it seems as though there's a flavor for that, and turning this into a resolve, possibly into some kind of a study group or something like that, to just look at this in more detail and try to come up with some real answers for the next legislation to deal with. My only concern with that, though, however, is that I know that when this was brought to our attention, these towns that were doing things that were not legal they were putting themselves out there, and that's my only concern with waiting longer on it. I know that's kind of long-winded, but I wanted to get everything out that I had for concerns and just see if you see a path forward.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. Thank you for that question. That is actually a summary of what I'm most concerned about. We do know that the sheriff's departments have been stepping up, and particularly in towns that have lost their police department. We also know that there's at least a couple of police departments that are providing this service for adjacent communities. I think if we put that explicit permission within the statute, that would at least provide some sort of cover and at least a negotiating mechanism for those municipalities that might not be so burdensome to the state police. If we ran into issues where there were towns and counties where the sheriff's department didn't have capacity, where they couldn't obtain those, then it might be a worthwhile conversation, at least on those one-on-one levels, to understand the scope of the impact that would affect state police in the interim. I think that if we started with those two, we protected what was happening. We definitely know that there's an issue that they shouldn't be putting themselves out there in this way because they're not able to meet the prescriptive pieces of that statute currently. But at least if we did a report back, and Lieutenant Stevenson, if he was willing, and I did some education campaigns with those communities in the intercession, that might be beneficial. And at least we could report back maybe with a better scope. I think the protection pieces would be big to hold onto for those entities, and the permissive ability for county sheriffs to play a role if they were willing. But again, that's also pushing a burden on them. Some of them have already taken on that burden, so I want to make sure that we honor and protect them and give them that permission in statute. But there are varying resources, of course, across the state, and that might not be possible in some of those communities. So we would like to know what that scope would be for state police to assume those duties in those communities.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. That is helpful. Any more questions for Ms. Graham? I'm not seeing any. I'd like to go back to the bill sponsor and see where we are, and if you'd like to make a motion.
Yes, I do want to make a motion. Let's move. Do we have agreement on trying to protect the towns? Like Representative Pickett and Ms. Graham were just saying, making it legal in statute for towns to ask neighboring municipalities that have police departments for help and/or asking the sheriffs. People just kind of nod. They were on board with that. Okay. So then
I have a point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
And the only point of order is I think we're back in that same position we were before. It's my understanding there's a motion made and seconded ought to pass amended that's on the table that we tabled the bill at that time. And I know we've been taking those motions and voting them down and then moving forward. I don't know how you want to handle that, but I want to bring that to your attention.
Thank you. I'd like to get a sense of what we're going to do. I'm still of the mind that if we can't do something together, I'd like to kill the bill. Right? I don't want to fight. We've fought this whole time. We haven't been fighting, but we're trying to come to agreement. I don't want to then send this out to the House floor and onto the Senate and redo this fight all over again. If we can't get I can't say that word either, but if we can't do it together, then let's not do it. I think is really important. So I think what Representative Pluker is trying to get a sense of is if he could lay out what he's thinking, and if anybody's opposed, then we don't have a path forward. If we don't have anybody opposed, I think we have a path forward. We kill the motion on the floor and we go forward with a new motion of what we think we can do together. How does that sound for a process? Okay, looks like Representative Pickett agrees. Dan, do you have a suggestion?
Well, I think, and Representative Pickett maybe has a future as an analyst. I think what he was suggesting, and I just realized this, is at a work session on 217, there was a motion that was made and then tabled. And so then there was another work session and it was tabled. So I guess the question he's asking is there still currently a motion on the floor that needs to be addressed before another motion is made?
At this point, there is currently a motion on the floor. We don't want to make a motion at this point. We just want to continue a discussion of what we might make for a motion. And if we don't have unanimity, we're not going to make that motion. So that's why we aren't prepared to make a motion yet. We'd like to get a sense of where people are.
Got it.
So when Representative Pluker goes forward, if there's something that you can't agree with, that's fine, but please just let us know and then we won't do it. And I think we don't do this bill. Representative Pluker, could you please map out what you're thinking?
Yes, thank you. And I'm completely in agreement on that. If we can't find some agreement on this, let's kill it and move forward with our lives. So the one part of changing statute that I think we want to do is, as was laid out by Representative Pickett and Ms. Graham, protecting the towns that are currently working with neighboring municipal police departments and or sheriffs and making that practice legal. This does not include the Maine State Police in any way, shape, or form. And then the other aspect would be to create a stakeholder group, a working group to look at this issue in the intersession and reporting back to this committee in January.
Can anybody not live with that? Now is the time to let us know. And I'm looking at faces. It looks like everybody can live with that. Representative Rudnicki?
She's very shady presence at the moment.
So I don't know how to go further. Representative Rudnicki, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Do you have a problem with what was just proposed, or is this something you can get behind as well? Oops, you're muted.
Sorry, I can get behind doing a resolve or study group, whatever you want to call it, to move forward and report back at the beginning of the year.
And Madam Chair, the other part we added in was the part Representative Pickett mentioned of allowing the neighboring municipal police departments to aid municipalities that don't have police departments, and or the sheriffs can aid them as well.
Yes, I can get behind that as well.
Great.
Awesome. Okay, great. So we have a path forward. We also have a motion on the floor. So let's kill the motion on the floor and let's start fresh. Dan, you have a suggestion?
I had two clarifications I was hoping to get. One being, as Representative Pluker recalls, and many of you as well, I assume, the current law allows for non-law enforcement to serve as issuing authority. Is the intent to make the change from the last amendment to remove that authority, or leave it as is and just add these additional options?
To make it legal to partner with others if they wish to.
But retain the existing language that allows municipal officers to serve as issuing authority?
Yes. I guess if Rebecca Graham is here, she might be able to give, I know the Maine State Police very clearly wanted to be the issuing authority if they were aiding others. I don't know if that's necessary for sheriffs and municipalities.
No, I think there was an issue with having non-law enforcement serve. It's a separate issue. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, non-law enforcement until the stakeholder group reports back may continue to be the issuing authority.
Okay. And then the second question I had was the stakeholder group, is that intended to be something overseen by the Maine State Police as the authority that's directed to do it and report back?
Frankly, that makes sense to me. I don't.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, Representative Pickett.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Representative Costain and Representative Luckner can get on board with us too. I noticed that neither one of them are on.
Representative Luckner's on board. Representative Costain?
Yes, I'm all set with it as well.
Great. Okay. Good. Okay, good so far. Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hoping that we can make sure that the sheriffs have a seat at the table as well, because they're going to be involved in this.
Absolutely. Okay. Okay, Senator Searway.
I was just wondering, where I was thinking out of the box with IF&W, if we could just have them included in the conversation, because I do think the permitting piece is something that could be looked at.
Okay, so we'll put that in for the conversation, that IF&W should be consulted in the conversation. Okay, Representative Pickett.
Yeah, I would only say this, that they weren't involved in this at all from the get-go. We haven't had any, and I personally I think that if we do, the people that are going to actually be involved here is the sheriff's departments and the state police. I mean, we can do it if you want to, but I really don't see the need to have to do that.
Madam Chair, I just thought that it may be an opportunity to take a look at something outside the box rather than staying right in the box. It seems like there's an avenue there, possible.
What about the bill sponsor? What's he think?
Yeah, I haven't included the IF&W in any of the conversation. I don't know anything about their processes. I would assume that because the statute's already written for the Maine State Police to be doing this work, that it would make sense that they would lead the conversation. And I think it would be appropriate if the Maine State Police wanted to reach out to IF&W and talk to them about it. But I think for the stakeholder group, it would make sense for the Maine State Police to be the lead and incorporate people as they saw fit.
Does that resolve it? Okay. Senator Searway. Oops, you're on mute.
That's fine by me. I just threw that out there. Maybe they can just take a look at it and see if it does fit.
Great. I think that's a good suggestion. We could ask them to take a look at it, right? I think the oldest trick in the book is to assign work to somebody who's not in the room. So I would hesitate for us to do that. But if you wanted to reach out to them and have them look at it, I think that makes a lot of sense. I just wouldn't want to, take a vote of including them without talking to them. Does that make sense?
I understand. I just was looking outside of the box. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it sounds like we all have agreement. So we do have a motion on the floor. Deb, could you call the roll so that we can kill the motion that's on the floor?
Certainly. Representative Warren.
Yes. Excuse me. No, sorry. It's a not to pass as amended, right?
Okay, yeah, it was.
Sorry.
February 17th, ought to pass as amended, motion by Representative Warren, seconded by Representative Fluker.
Yeah, I'm supposed to vote no. Dan has another comment.
Sorry, if you vote on that motion, that will become the committee vote. I think what you need to do is just withdraw the motion. It was a motion made by yourself, Representative Warren, with a second.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Fluker. Yes.
I withdraw.
I'm slowly, very quickly losing my patience.
You're good to do a new motion.
Okay, Representative Pluker, could you please make a motion?
Ought to pass as amended, as previously discussed with the resolution and the issuing authority opportunities by the municipalities, other neighboring municipalities, and sheriffs.
Beautiful. Do we have a second?
Second.
Great, thank you, Senator Searway. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Deb, would you call the roll?
Representative
no, I'm
Warren.
just joking. Does anybody have a discussion on the motion? Okay, seriously, it looks like nobody has discussion on the motion. Deb, would you call the roll?
Certainly. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales votes yes. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt votes yes. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner votes yes. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Pickett votes yes. Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Costain votes yes. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki votes yes. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Newman votes yes. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker votes yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator Searway votes yes. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau votes yes. That is 11 votes yes and 2 absent.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Very good work. Yes,
And I would-
Representative Pluker.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for doing that. It's not the normal process that we follow, and I really appreciate it.
That was a tougher haul than any canoe I've ever dragged across the pond.
Great. Okay, so we don't have anything more, right? And we're done until Wednesday?
Yes, we are. Have a
Okay.
good weekend.
Have
Enjoy
a
the snow. Enjoy
You
the snow.
too. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Lieutenant Stevenson.